All right, so now if you guys talk, people can hear you, but it's okay. I'm not running the intro just yet. But people can hear us. We are out there in the world.
Ugh, the world.
That crazy loud ass.
We are now going live to Facebook. Are we there? Oh. We are live on Facebook. All right, everybody, I'm going to run the intro and then I'll introduce the show.
Jesus Christ, the intro hasn't happened yet?
Shut up! You want to know what's really fucked up? If anybody fucked that up, it was me. Because my phone was blaring in the background. Hey, everybody, what's up? Welcome to Awesome Talk Quarantine Edition number 18 on November 20th, 2020. Tonight, we have an excellent show for you. First, I would like to introduce our guest, more or less filling in for Rob Marchi tonight. Our good friend Kristen is here tonight, so thank you very much, Kristen, for being here.
Do you want to know what's really ridiculous? So every time you start the show, I go to Facebook and I open the stream so that way the chat can be open, right? And I mute the show so I hear us on Skype instead. And it said that Awesome Talk had posted something, so I clicked, and when it took me to the page, it hadn't been posted yet on the page, but the old last time's show was there, which I clicked thinking it was now. So I'm sitting there while the intro is running on the last show, while the intro is running on that show, and then when the intro ended and I thought the show was starting, the first person that popped up on the video is Rob Marchi, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Like, Rob's not here. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? Because what you were saying so closely matched what the fuck was on the screen. I didn't even realize I wasn't in reality anymore.
That's the before times.
So I'd also like to welcome our very special guest tonight. Taylor Allen is in the house.
Hey.
Yay.
Hi.
So you guys, if we were here live in the bar, this would be a prime time for us to lift up our drinks and clinky and and be excited for you guys to be here. So we're all excited for you to be here.
Thank you. Thank
Cheers,
you.
guys.
I actually
Cheers.
do have a drink, so
Oh,
cheers.
nice. Very good. So listen, man, like I almost don't want to do it, but I kind of have to do it. What?
Are you gonna regret it later?
I'm regretting it already. But what in the fuck is going on with Rudy Giuliani lately? And we have to
Are
talk
you talking about
it.
his melting soup face, or are you talking about something else?
Well,
Booger.
Sludge.
Are you talking about the shit that's literally coming out of his face?
no, he's talking about when Giuliani, when he stood away from the podium. I don't know if you saw this. He takes the handkerchief out that he used to wipe down his sideburn leakage,
I could actually watch it.
and then he blows his nose in it. Then he folds it inside out, snot side out, and then he proceeds to rub his mouth and his face and his eyes and his head with the snotty side of the rag.
I know Stones very well, and I damn well know right now he's trying not to gag.
Hey, at least his hand wasn't down his pants. And that's something that we can all be happy with.
Oh God.
The reason why his hand was at his face to begin with was because it was down his pants and he was sniffing his gross fingers. His
I don't know.
Julian fingers.
Between the fly on Mike Pence's head and then the other guy's hands, Mitch McConnell's hands,
my
like
God.
emitting toxic sludge, and now Rudy Giuliani, I'm just like, these people are all demons.
In the White House too. There's a big
Yeah.
fly out like thing going on. They're
Yeah.
infested with them apparently.
Dude,
The
maybe
only explanation is
White House
demons.
has been infested with like mice for years.
Right. Yeah.
Makes sense.
It does.
maybe the conspiracy theories have one thing right, you know? Maybe they are lizard people in there. And this is just their food source getting out.
Oh God.
You know, that's what's up with the flies. They just eat flies all day.
Listen, all of this backs up my idea to just build a new White House and let them believe that they're the president and that's still the lawyer and they're still in reality and they can have their fake press room.
Oh God.
That'll be the reality show. And the real White House next door, the normal shit will just happen, not continue to happen, but start happening again.
Right. You just let somebody run in to into Trump's office and like all day long they just bring him paperwork and they're like, "Oh my God, something terrible has happened." And then just have him command shit until he, you know, passes away and we'll just forget this all ever fucking happened.
It will bring everyone together. Everyone will watch that reality show. Everyone.
Yeah.
I don't think I would. I'd be like, nah, I've had enough.
What is
Last
it?
4 years were enough.
Oh my God, I'm trumped out of my fucking mind, dude. I can't take any more of this shit,
I think that's
dude.
gonna be the best part is when it's all over, you just have that break of like you don't hear constantly about this even if it's somebody you liked, like the amount that you hear about this person, it's overwhelmingly disgusting.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know if it's gonna be over. There's so many people who love him. It's like scary.
Yeah, agreed.
It's
not,
scary.
Like him being gone is like not even a quarter of the problem.
No, it's like all the crazy people who love him. I mean, like even one of my aunts, she's like the election was stolen. I was like, oh well, they haven't really found anything. It doesn't matter. It was stolen. Like they really believe
Yeah.
the stuff that comes out of his mouth. It's insane. I don't know. It's scary.
It's just such a weird thing to have a pretty large portion of the population be in a cult.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah.
Like it's so scary.
I just want to say
Yeah.
Pat is here. Pat did make it. He's here now. But yes. What's up, man?
What's up? How you doing?
You know, just talking about the dumpster fire, that's all.
Yeah. I was saying before that Giuliani's been like an actor since 9/11 happened, if you remember. He's been saying wild shit ever since then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
He was talking about the building collapsing before it happened. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they had him quoted in some newspaper and stuff, and then he was like trying to deny that he even said it and all that other shit.
Oh,
It's
weird,
crazy.
man.
Yeah.
And now he's dripping Kahlua from his ears.
Now he's that dude from Fifth Element with the plastic on his head.
Yeah, right. His human suit is melting.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But yeah, man, dude, I agree with you. Like, this isn't over. This isn't even over when it's over. Like there's gonna be like a residual tail to this bullshit for like years to shake this shit off, man.
Yeah.
Generation, possibly more.
Yeah, definitely more, I would say. I mean, the whole system is just like, it's just so screwed. Like the fact that we have a sitting president now who is denying the results of the election and is like insisting that there's like fraud, widespread fraud, has no evidence whatsoever. The majority of these cases have been thrown out by Republican-led federal courts. And like everyone's just like, all right, we're just gonna let him have his temper tantrum, and that's never. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a historian, but that's never happened before. It's very scary. It's like a big jolt to the system. It's
They
We're in
expect
an
us.
era now. What?
They just expect us to let him cry it out for a while.
Right.
yeah, but there's like 250,000 people who are dead from this pandemic, You know, people are not able to pay their rents or their mortgages or get food. Like, at what point does someone just step up and say, like, hey, enough is enough? Like, there are people dying and starving, and like, we need to, like, you know, figure your shit out, dude. Like, come on.
You know what's really weird is the other night we watched a documentary about Scientology, and they got it wasn't it was that what's her name, Leah Remini.
Leah Remini.
Dude, if you watch the way L. Ron Hubbard built up the cult and his predecessor built up that cult, the way they talk, think, and behave, L. Ron Hubbard and Donald Trump are the same. Like,
I believe it.
Absolutely the same megalomaniac. And like, they're both ruthless in their pursuit of power.
Yeah, like they have these meetings that like all Scientologists have to attend like 4 times a year, and in not meetings, they're like giant, huge and in them they're telling the people, like, you know, this charity that we run has saved like X million people from this or that terrible fate, and like we did this, and we have an education program, and all these kids that were failing now all have it, like, and they gives them all these fake statistics, and these people think like, I'm doing so much good, and it's like the same shit. Like Trump's just like, I saved so many black people, and like people are like, yes, he did. He's the best. Him and Abe Lincoln are the same. Like, yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Abe Lincoln loves Big Macs too.
God. No, that's
the era
filet
we're
of
in.
fish. It's filet of fish he's eating.
People's opinion are all of a sudden fact.
Well, that's when I got into sales, you know, years ago when I was doing it, and I was really good at it. The thing that I realized is about half the people out there will just mimic. Like, in other words, like there's in every marketing curve that you see, you have these early adopters of new technology, and then it gets to a certain level, and then it tapers off for a while, and then all of a sudden the adoption explodes. The reason the adoption explodes is because people really are just mimicking whatever their neighbors are doing, and they just want whatever their neighbors have. They don't really understand necessarily the product that they're buying or anything that they're, you know, getting. They see it elsewhere, and they're like, oh yeah, they did it. I should do that. And like it's roughly half the people I encounter just do things because it's around them. It's really weird.
Dude, Trump's whole presidency is a playbook out of George Wallace's term. Remember that back in the South? Anybody remember him? Way back in the day?
Yeah. Well, not way back in I learned about him in school, but yeah, when I was at Drew, I studied political science, but yeah,
it's saying like the same things, trying to get people amped up in the same ways. It was like the same rhetoric, and he uses like she was saying, it's like similar to a lot of different people that are already established, like Scientology, like George Wallace. Like, he takes like things from everybody and then combines it into one amalgamation of crap that we're getting right now, and people just fall for it because it's all psychological things that have been proven over the past.
Yeah,
you know, it's all that shit.
Did you guys see Fargo, like the movie, the Coen Brothers movie?
Oh yeah.
You know how they, like, at the beginning of that movie it says like these events are based on a true story, right, or whatever, and it wasn't. It was like, it's all bullshit. They wrote like a fictional movie, but they said that at the beginning because they wanted people to be like engaged in the story, and they wanted people to be more connected to it, which is a crazy awesome idea. But it's like, people are like, oh, you can't do that. Like, and it's like, yeah, you totally can do that. There's no like rule against saying that, like making that up. But that's like what he does. He just like lies. And then people are like, oh, this fucking guy is, he can't just lie like that. And it's like, yes, he can. Like, he can just stand there and spew shit like constantly.
Dude, one of the things that I think the people in power hope for the most is that we all believe that nobody is that sinister or evil at all times. Like, we can't believe that a person would, and we especially can't believe that a person with money and power could be that irrational.
Right.
I could fucking believe that they're the ones that are the most irrational.
Right. We know that, but in general, like, that's what everybody's trying to be, like the most power, the most money, the most success, the most, and
In
everybody's
his
trying
own
to.
book, he said it.
He what?
In his own book, he said it.
Said what?
He tell people a lie 3 times, and then they start believing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like not to quote him, but that's basically the gist of what he was saying in his book.
Right.
And it's like people don't realize that he's been saying this shit for all these years, and now he's doing it, and now you're just falling for it. Like,
Well, that's the
Okay.
thing, man. Like, that's what makes all of this so scary, and like Scientology, is because he could say something that you could just outright go, that is ridiculous, and it's easy to prove that wrong, and the person you're talking to will just, I don't know, it's like this magic belief bullet. Like, no matter how irrationally insane it is, if he says it happened or didn't happen, they just, yes, Mr. Trump. Trump is like Jesus.
Yeah, it's scary. I think a lot of it has to do though, I remember during the election when I was watching and they're talking about Florida and they're like, why didn't the Latinos show up for Trump? And I was like, that makes sense. I understand it because most of them are deeply religious and most of them are also deeply evangelical. And I can say that because I grew up in that environment. But
Okay.
there's a big, most of my family voted for Trump. I think there was me and my one cousin who are the odd people out. And there's nothing that I could say that's here is a fact. It doesn't matter. For them, it's nope, Trump is going to do all the things that the Bible tells us that we should follow. He's going to get rid of abortion. He's going to get rid of gay marriage. He's not going to let trans people into the military.
Yeah.
So these are things that it's weird that you brought up Scientology because a lot of Trump's base, the majority of people in this country who voted for him are extremely religious to a fault where it's this is the way everyone has to be, not just me and my family, but I want everyone to believe the same things that I believe, the ideals that I hold.
Yeah.
And he played to that base really, really well. I think that was what saved him
Which is insane. Because
It
he's
is.
the worst person in the world, and
Yeah,
religion
but-
is supposed
but
to be
he's
a
a
good.
genius because no Democrat has really that's run for president has really been able to capture the right-wing evangelical vote, and there's a lot of them, and they've been here they've been steadily growing since the 90s.
Yeah,
I remember when I was in elementary school, my mom, or middle school, whatever, my mom was like, you can't watch South Park because all the people are saying South Park is bad. And you can't read Harry Potter. And
Right.
there were massive rallies where they would burn Harry Potter books.
Yeah.
And it was stuff that I was growing up in and I didn't understand. I was just all right, well, my mom's saying this. But then as I got older, I was like, oh, this stuff doesn't make sense.
Right.
But no Democrat has really been able to get those people and
Yeah.
not even Joe Biden, who's the most moderate, mild-mannered old man that's ever been president. I think he's
Yeah.
just
the only practicing Christian ever to be president. If he
yeah.
Yeah.
But Trump is a genius. He got those people. I mean, that lady. I don't know if you saw that video of that lady. His spiritual advisor. That I was oh my god, that is scary. But I know my family, they all they see that and they're they were praying all night.
Well, let me ask you something then. Maybe you have some insight to this that I need to hear. There's something about evangelicals that I don't understand. They talk about all this stuff that's good or bad, and you're not allowed to read this and you're not allowed to do that, and they are the reason why the left can't bring in the evangelicals is because evangelicals are fundamentalists.
Yes.
Well, you guys believe in gay marriage, so that's off the table. Sorry. I mean, that's already strike 1 million for us. We don't even have to go to the next point, right? What I
Yeah.
don't understand is how all of these things that Democrats and the left get accused of, people on the right chronically commit these sins, and evangelicals just are still front row like this the entire time.
Yeah.
And I don't understand so here's why people like me hate religion the way I do, is because I see that complete blatant hypocrisy and I go, your credibility in terms of reasoning is shot with me. Because you're so irrational you can't say that you believe these things and then support people who does the things you say against the things you say you believe and then accuse the other side of doing it.
Yeah, because
Like there's
it's a
so
means
much
to an
broken
end.
logic there. Like
Yeah.
It's not really broken because it doesn't matter who's giving them what they want. They just want what they want. If an adulterer, misogynist, piece of shit, I mean, not that evangelicals can't be that because we fucking know they can.
Yes, they
But
can.
it's like a sinner and a guy that's maybe asked whoever he was with to have 5 billion abortions. As long as he's willing to say, hey, I'll throw you this bone and that bone and that bone, and there should be prayer in fucking school, and we should mandate that, like, you know, you do this and do that. As long as they get what they want, he's their golden calf. And that's
Yeah.
what the hell is happening. And that's why it's hypocritical, because I don't think Jesus would be like, listen, as long as someone gives you the things you think I want, it doesn't matter how evil they are or how many people he kills. I don't think that that's how that would go down.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna probably get in trouble for saying this, but I personally, like, I'm not religious at all, but I think that there's like a tiny bit of brainwashing involved, because like I grew up, both of my parents were pastors, and I went to Christian school my whole life, and then I went to like all from like my entire life, and then I went to a secular, like a non-Christian or non-religious affiliated high school, and that's kind of where I was like, things don't make sense. But I think like if you like, I have so many friends and also family who like they grew up going to church, they grew up listening to what their parents said. You don't get a lot of room to ask questions when you're deep in that type of, you know, evangelical Christianity, whatever. You don't get to like look around. Everything is like very black and white. Like, this is wrong, this is okay, this is like a sin, and this is so. I mean, it is very hypocritical. Like I just think that Trump was so good at telling these people what they wanted to hear, like abortion is wrong, being gay is like a sin, all this stuff that they're like, ooh, this is a guy who's going to stand up for us. Finally, we're going to have someone in the White House who's going to protect, like the big thing was like, he's going to protect religious freedom, which is like total bullshit. Because what is religious freedom? You only want religious freedom for yourself. But if a Muslim walks by, or if like when they were trying to build that mosque and, you know, across the street from in Manhattan and across the street from the September 11th, there were so many people that I knew who were like, absolutely not. It's against my religious liberties. We're not going to let that happen. Like, that doesn't compute, doesn't make sense. But it's almost like a cult, I guess. It's hard to explain. Like, you really are like essentially brainwashed. It's sad.
I think you explained it well.
Thank you.
yeah, I think so too.
It is a cult.
Yeah, I mean, like my first high school was really weird. I went to a Southern Baptist Christian school, and like we had like a strict dress code where like women couldn't wear pants. Women couldn't say anything in church. And like they called, like it was a school and a church, and they called anyone who wasn't going to their specific church an outsider. And I asked my mom like all the time, like, why the hell did you send me to this school? Like, I didn't learn evolution until I was in like my second high school. And it like everybody was cool with it. Everybody just goes along with it. They're like, oh, well, this is what God's word says, so we're going to follow it. But even asking a question and being like, oh, well, you know, the Bible says this, but, you know, it also says this, like, that's a sin. You can't do that. That's like a no-go. So
You can't ask about the contradictions within the Bible. That's where the Jehovah's Witnesses have it right, I guess.
Yeah. And
What-
the Jews are very open about asking questions, which, I mean, when I went to Drew, I was like, I made it a point to study I was like, I'm going to be a religious studies minor. I studied every single religion. So I went to like a mosque, I went to a synagogue, I went to everywhere. My mom was not happy about that, but I was like, fuck it, whatever. But I mean, yeah, you're not really supposed to question the word of God. It's like, nope. I had a teacher once in high school who got really mad at me because we were talking about abortion, and I was like, well, what happens if it's like a situation of incest? And he's like, it's wrong. And he like yelled and was like screaming. He was like, don't put a question mark where the Bible has put a period. And I was like, okay, all right, dude, cool. So yeah,
I actually did. I did read a comment in Facebook once where they were having that same conversation. Only it was in regards to a pregnancy as conceived by rape, and there was a comment where a guy said, I feel bad about that situation, but that's where God wanted that baby to be. So
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
I did a sound gig at a Catholic school that will remain nameless, and in the hallway outside of the auditorium, there was a bunch of plaques. Apparently, families had donated money to get their name on these plaques, and the plaques were all the same plaque. It was engraving of an old man sitting in a chair holding out an olive branch to multiple naked children, boys. And I was like, we're okay with this, huh? We're just gonna just gonna let this be and just let this be out in the open like this, huh?
Seems appropriate. Seems appropriate. Hold on, I want to read some comments in the chat because the chat suddenly got people in it and people started talking. Okay. My mom's in the chat. Hello. I see Pat in the chat. What's going on? Vice President must invoke 25th Amendment and strip the president of his powers because there's more to come. Dude, let me tell you something, man. We were just talking about that the other day, too. The idea of Trump being removed from office. But, dude, the most fucked up... let me ask you guys something, right? What's fucked up to me about these sort of, like, Trump freedom fighters is in a fucked up way they believe that this is a power to the people moment. You know what I mean? Like, she's right. Trump is unhinged. Giuliani is clearly fucking literally falling apart. But if we invoke the 25th Amendment to strip him of his powers and remove him from office, what happens next? Nothing or another million MAGA march?
Then instead of the fake evangelical, we get the real one. So get ready for that shit because Trump is making empty promises to evangelicals. Pence could get them actually accomplished.
I don't even think the 25th Amendment would apply in this situation. That's only if the president's unable to do his job or he dies or something like that.
But I think the argument is that he is mentally unable to do his job.
Well,
that's gonna determine that.
What's the rule if his skin melts off?
Well, if that happens, then I feel like we voted for somebody else by accident, and so he needs to be removed.
Okay.
It's an imposter problem then. We voted, people voted for Donald Trump, not the lizard beneath.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go far enough down the line of people that are in line to be president, there's plenty of people in there that you didn't vote for.
Yeah. Dude, but there's a lot of weirdness. Like Trump supporters sometimes they're really confusing to me because we've all seen the crazy ones because they're fucking everywhere. But I read a comment today from a guy because Bernie Sanders said something on Facebook, and this guy jumped in Facebook and left a comment for Bernie Sanders, and it said something like there's so much corruption in government, and you, Bernie Sanders, was the man that was supposed to get that done. But you were a complete pussy about it, so now Trump is doing it. And I was like, holy fucking, did I just hear a guy support Bernie Sanders and then ping-pong over to Donald Trump?
The guy said they stole the election from you and you were too much of a pussy to stand up to them and say that it was stolen from you, and now Trump is doing what you failed to do. And he was basically saying that Trump's election was stolen from him the way Bernie Sanders was, but at least Trump's not a pussy about it. Yet you haven't really seen the guy in a fucking while either, so there's that.
That was an angry man, wasn't it? Oh, man.
So, hey, guys, if you haven't noticed my cough, I'm waiting on my corona test results to come back. What a fun time this has been.
How are you feeling?
Serious?
Yeah. I'm feeling all right now. I mean, other than this residual cough, I had some, it was started out as a crazy runny nose, sore throat, headache, sneezing like crazy, and then my eyes turned red, and I went, shit. And then I couldn't get a fucking test for fucking 4 days. I finally got the test today. I went crazy Tuesday morning because all the symptoms came up Monday night. I called around every place I could find Tuesday morning. Couldn't find any place to get a fucking test that was scheduled. I found a couple places, but they were like 60 miles away. I could have gotten it done yesterday, but I was like, fuck it. I'll wait. I already had the appointment for Friday that was local. So I ended up going there today, and pretty much all my symptoms are for the most part gone. But yeah, it's fucking crazy out there with that shit. But yeah, it's a thing. And, I didn't want to come on the other episode because of what happened with my employer. I knew that Nikki was quarantining. She was doing the right thing. At this point, I'm completely quarantined. I was exposed. What happened was I was in a house. I was working inside a house, which is like not like a thing that I usually do. And I was working inside this customer's home, and I was down in the basement, and I heard, and the mother's office was behind me, and the daughter came downstairs and said, so-and-so's father just came back positive for COVID. And the mother said, when was the last time you were over there? And she responded, it was a week ago.
Oof.
So I'm like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Right? Motherfucker, you know? So I told the guy.
I was like, oh, darn it.
Right. Like, fuck me. Right. So I told the guy I was working with, so he confronted the homeowner on it. And of course, the homeowner did exactly what you'd think he would do. He's like, oh, no, she hasn't been anywhere. We'll call you if there's any problems, which is, of course, what the homeowner is going to fucking say in that situation to try and abscond himself from any type of, conflict. So I go back to my employer and, I told my employer, and my employer did fuck all about it. Didn't tell anybody, he and my boss was also there. He didn't fucking tell anybody that this happened. And so I went around telling people this fucking happened. And so I was causing a bit of a stir at work. And I guess that may have ended up being a nothing scenario. But then fucking last fucking Friday, they switched me to another fucking crew. One of the guys calls out on the fucking crew. The driver's fucking sneezing and blowing his fucking nose in the driver's seat. Oof. I'm sitting in the truck with this guy for fucking 2 hours. So no matter what fucking mask I have on, doesn't matter. I'm in the truck with him for 2 fucking hours throughout the day. And then I fucking get sick. And I'm just like, cocksucking bastards, man. Like, so...
Well, Stones, if you're afraid, why don't you just stay home, there?
Right. That's the fucked up part about it. It's just like, listen, and what I found out, I don't know if anybody knows, but I found out today, which is pretty interesting, and we'll see how it plays out. But apparently the Department of Labor implemented a extension to the Family Leave Act, where if you have COVID symptoms and you are seeking a test, you're seeking medical attention, you are eligible for up to 80 hours of full pay as an hourly employee through your employer. So we'll see how that fucking plays out. But, because it took me 4 days to fucking get a test. So, I'm owed apparently about a week's worth of work.
Throwing us more table scraps, huh?
Yeah, right. You know what I mean? But at least it'll fucking make up.
Listen, man, guys, I can't believe that it's fucking November, almost December. And we've seen one stimulus check, and they're still squabbling about the stimulus check.
Part of it, it's that there's no reason. If I get it, like if I'm eligible for it, like, and I just read this like a few hours ago, so I don't know the finer brushstrokes of the details of it. But if I get the fucking money from the Family Leave Act, then there's literally no excuse for any of these motherfuckers to be coming in with the goddamn sniffles, man. Stay the fuck home if you got anything going on, because you don't know what the fuck it is, So that's my point. That's all, But yeah, so I guess we'll find out in the next couple of days if I have it or not. And then, I've been holed up in my house. I haven't gone anywhere except to go to the doctor's office today, which was, a trip. So
yeah.
So yeah, that's my, and I'll tell you, if this is it, which I had some weird ass symptoms, and so maybe it was it, but I never got the temperature, I never got the fever. But I like weird thing that happened was I had a couple hard coughs and had this crazy loud ringing in my ears for like that lasted like 5 or 6 seconds, and then it went away, and that's never happened in my life. So I don't know if this is it or not, but if it is, I think I'm on the other side of it. I really didn't have a bad time with it. If it's that, you know what I mean? If it's something else, then whatever. But it's this whole thing's shitty.
Yeah. How have you guys been doing? Like Taylor and Kristen, we talk on Facebook sometimes through comments and shit, but we haven't actually talked in a long time. And this has been like a really fucked up couple of months. And I know that these topics keep coming up on the show, but that's because this is what the hell is really going on right now. And it's weird that it's going on right now. If you go back to March, this first quarantine episode of Awesome Talk, I said this last episode, it's bizarre to hear us talk about this topic in March. Like, it's weird. Like, we're like, oh, quarantine for maybe 2 weeks, probably go into the summer, probably this will happen. And like, the whole world fell apart between then and now.
What's insane is that like at my work, we work in a county library. And we went. It's been closed. Like it had been closed for a while up until recently. And we just went into it, and there was a stack of old newspapers from March, like from when they closed it down. And like the headline was like, "First person in New Jersey gets COVID," and it was like this stack of newspapers. And I was like, "That's the shit that you see in like apocalyptic movies where people see like old newspapers and they're like, first person gets crazy virus." And like I was like, this is like real. This is like one of those movies in real life. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like what you see when you see the survivors and they're like breaking into old busted out old stores to try and find
get
cans
food
of
like
beans.
pudding.
Yeah, and like they see this fucking blood splattered newspaper on the floor from the end.
And it's all done with glitch jump cuts.
Oh. Yeah, it's weird. I had something similar when my office has been closed since March 9th. They were like, they pulled everyone out. They're like, nope, everyone works from home. We never got a time that we were going to go back into the office, but
that's a good employer.
Yeah, I have to say I have seriously lucked out. I've been working from home. I got my laptop, everything. They were like, nope, we're not going to put anyone at risk. My one boss is like, he's like the CEO. I work for like a small startup, but he's crazy. And he's like screaming like through one of our Zoom meetings. He was like, I don't want anyone to go back to work until there's a vaccine. But so we've been stuck here at home just working, but I had to go into the office to get like some stuff for my job. And I walked in, there's like nobody there. I had my mask on. I had like my glasses and I'm like gloves on. All the plants in the office were dead. Everyone's calendars was stuck on March. It was like the weirdest. All the lights were off. I was like, oh my God, this is the scariest thing. It was, it was definitely like, I was like, oh my God, it's like I walked into a zombie movie.
Dude, it's the weirdest experience because the last memory I have of work was standing in my office with a couple of coworkers, and I just looked at and they weren't sure how bad I only knew how bad this was going to be because we have a friend in Italy, and she stays on top of this shit in a fucking real way. So I was like, oh, this is going to be bad. So, and I'm standing in my office, and the last thing I remember saying to a couple of my coworkers was, I don't know when I'm going to see you again. And they were like, well, we're closing for 2 weeks. And I said, this is not going to be 2 weeks. I might not see you in seriously 2 years. Like, that's what I'm thinking is going on.
Insane,
and like,
man.
And even when I said it, I thought it sounded a little crazy. But now that we're 9 months going into 10 months in, it's fucked, man.
Yeah. It's so weird. Like, I remember, like, right before all of this really started, like, right before shit started hitting the fan, I went to Mexico with my mom. And this was when things were starting to like pick up little by little. And I read, like I was, we were like on vacation and I was like reading all these articles. I read one by The Atlantic and it was like 60 to 80% of Americans are going to get COVID. You just don't know it yet. And I was like, oh, that's bullshit. Whatever. Like flew back home. Then like literally a week later, it was like, hey.
Can I ask you why did you think it was bullshit? Because I know several
Yeah.
people who said that back then, who have dramatically shifted, obviously, since then. But what do you
Yeah.
think made you think it was bullshit?
I mean, I think me personally, I just had like this idea that the US was going to be on top of it. I was like, we'll be fine. And I remember like leaving the airport and they stopped everyone who was going to the United States and they had us like fill out this little form and they're like, if you've been to China in the last 14 days, you can't come into the US. And so I was like, yeah, this shit's not going to blow up. Like we're on top of it. It's cool. And then I was like, oh, like, whoa, I was wrong. Definitely 100%. But I just assumed, I was like, well, we're like the richest country in the world. We have tons of technology. We're very advanced. But, you know,
But there's always that one motherfucker.
there's always that
Yeah,
one
that's
motherfucker.
That's it.
Yeah, and no paid
If you
sick
wanna-
leave.
If you want to know my very dark take on current events, there was that nurse recently that had the video posted where she was talking about the quote unquote the pit, where the doctors were just basically letting people die. And she said that she had been there for 3 months, and the only person that she saw come out of this particular ICU was a doctor's wife. That they pulled out all the stops for this particular doctor's wife, and that the hospital protocol was to only do 3 rounds of CPR on all the patients. And what I think is the darkest possibility of why that's occurring like that, and this is in El Paso, is because the hospitals know that they're getting inundated. The hospitals know that this oncoming onslaught of patients is coming in. And in order to keep their census low, that the people who could possibly die, they're going to let die so that way people aren't dying on the streets and they save face.
Can I tell you something really dark, Stones? When you started telling that story, you coughed. And even though I'm just looking at you through this Skype feed,
I felt like you got it.
I jumped. My heart jumped when you coughed. That is some dystopian shit
That's
right
fucked
there.
up. I felt the same way.
Yeah. Sorry.
I could
No,
almost
it's
feel the wind of your cough on me, and it made me like freak out for a second there.
I
Can
just
you
feel
let
bad. Like
Stones win?
I have a 6-year-old and a 1-year-old, and like my 6-year-old has scarring on her lungs, and she has like she's had pneumonia 3 times. She's 6. Like she's had a lot of really bad lung issues. So for us, it's like we can't see anybody. We can't, even like my parents and like my wife's. I haven't like hugged my parents, and my grandfather passed away like during this whole thing, and like. Unrelated to COVID, but like he passed away, and like I didn't get to like hug my grandmother, who's like his wife. You know what I mean? Like it's been crazy with that stuff, but like I feel bad for her because she's a kid, a little kid, and she's like, I don't get what this is. Like I can't like see my friends, like, and it's such a heavy thing to watch it through like a little, like it's a crazy thing to watch it through our eyes, but to watch it through a little kid's eyes is even nuttier. And I guess it's like a somewhat of a, I don't want to call it a blessing, but it's like a somewhat of a good thing that like she doesn't fully understand the whole thing because she's kind of just like,
Yeah.
I got an
I
8.
guess I'm gonna play in my room now.
Hey,
Just
Taylor
these kids-
Allen, I think that your microphone cord is a little loose because it keeps sort of going.
Oh no.
Looking at it through my 18-year-old son's
That's already
eyes,
better.
What a shitty perspective that is. He just fucking does whatever he wants, and it's just like, oh god.
Who does?
My 18-year-old son. He doesn't
Listen,
give a shit.
Stones, I'm going to tell you something, all right now. And me and Taylor Allen are gonna back you up on this. 18-year-old males are assholes.
Yeah. That's affirmative.
I like that you didn't say and Pat, like Pat was gonna disagree. Like I have a feeling he would not have disagreed.
Pat's
Pat
an
will agree
upstanding
as well.
gentleman.
Thanks, Sarah. I appreciate that.
What the fuck? Sorry, I have a pop-up. If you can believe that. I'm going to read the next comment. More money than brains. Hold on. This was a while back. What is going on with this?
Is that really Tyler Allen?
Huh?
That noise, is it really coming from Taylor? Is it coming from somewhere else?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've been hearing it. Like,
It might not be you, Kristen. It might be you.
Is it me?
Yeah, I think it is you.
Is it me?
Maybe just twist your wire and wherever it's connected a little bit. It sounds like there's like like when there's like dust.
Yeah, dust on the line.
Yeah, right.
Let's see. All right.
I can hear it improving with whatever you're doing.
Oh shit! This guy's.
Wait. I don't think it's me. I just unplugged my headset. Is it me?
Yeah. Well, I can hear the scratching again.
Yeah, I hear it too.
Okay, now my headset's
This
back.
is a mystery.
Guys, who is it?
Which one of us has to go?
It's Rudy Giuliani's
Which one of us has to die?
This is Awesome Talk Chopped.
This is the Awesome Talk episode where someone gets killed for having a scratchy microphone.
I physically ran into Rudy Giuliani once.
Really?
Physically.
Were you in a hotel room
Did he
and
smudge
was
off on you?
This is what happened. So I was going to college in New York, and I would, because I had to commute and my car was unreliable, I would take the train into New York. Now, anybody who's ever taken a train into New York early, really fucking any time of day, knows that you do not use the bathroom under any circumstances that you can help. So I would get to, by the time it was like 7 a.m., I'd be in the city and desperately need to use the bathroom and be like running to school because I'd be the first one there. There'd be no one in the bathrooms anyways. That's nice, you know? So I get there and I run downstairs to go use the bathroom. And I open the door and I can see a guy's legs, but underneath the door of a stall, you know, like the door is closed, right? And not only do I see his feet with his pants down, but he's actually out loud going, "Ah!" And I was like, ah! So I close the door and I turn around and I run up the stairs because I'm like, well, fuck, this is becoming an emergency. Like, I'm reconciling with myself that I'm going to need a new pair of pants before this is over. Like, this is bad. So now I run up the stairs, I turn the corner, and I crash directly into fucking Rudy Giuliani, who was just passing through the building to get somewhere else. And I bumped into him, and it's like, dude, like, so like my memory of meeting Rudy Giuliani is me desperately looking for a toilet.
Oh, God.
How could you forget?
I mean, that's
Which is
pretty fitting,
ironic
though.
because when most people meet him now, that's what his face is looking for, apparently.
And I mean, think
Coming out
about.
of
Yeah, exactly. You were looking for a toilet and you found a pile of shit.
Oh, God.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Oh,
What a dirtbag.
I was going to say, I think we found the scratcher. Whoever it was, it stopped. Oh,
came back.
Who just did something different? Who was it?
Who was it?
Dude, is this entire time it's Rick?
Who doesn't hear the scratching? That'll be the culprit.
Like, well, yeah, who doesn't?
I adjusted my
I
material.
hear it.
I hear it, yeah.
I hear it click.
Did it stop?
Click.
No.
It's more of like it's almost like if you're at outside in the wind recording that noise, that windy. You know.
Right. Somebody's
Is
next to
that
an
it?
air conditioner, maybe. We'll find the
Is that better?
culprit.
Is it gone now?
I think so.
That was my space heater. I'm sorry.
No, I don't-
You know, Stones, you're looking for people to give a shit about your coronavirus, and you do something like this.
I'm not looking for people to give a shit at all about me. No, thank you.
I think it might be Rick's microphone.
It's not, man.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, I kicked over my space heater to activate the shut the fuck
It's
up.
not
button.
happening anymore. The scratching is gone. It's your goddamn mic.
That's impossible.
It's not that impossible because we're experiencing it right now.
Fucking son of a bitch.
Son of a
Do you
bitch.
hear it, Rick?
I guess.
I heard it again though.
I hear
Well,
it
he
again,
turned
too.
his mic back on.
Oh.
Still doing it.
No, I hear it.
I hear it too. Wait, I'm gonna mute mine too. This is going to be the
Let's
best
all mute
podcast
our
ever.
mics.
Everyone
All
mute.
Is the chat just loving this? This is actually what it looks like usually before the show starts.
It's Kristen.
I'm on mute.
Okay, so we need people. So it's not me. I'm talking right now. There's no problems, right? Everybody out there can hear me nice and clearly.
Now put them on one at a time.
Now, one at a time. Let's have Pat come back.
I'm already here, bro.
Okay, so it's not Pat. Okay.
What's up?
Next. Dude, my emphysema. Okay,
Been here the whole time, bro.
is that Taylor Allen back?
Yeah,
I've been here since last week.
I never left.
I'm back.
Okay. Anybody hear anything?
No.
No.
Sarah, come back.
Uh-oh, it's me.
Wait, it's
Stones?
either.
I'm back
It's
now.
Stones. It's goddamn.
I don't even
Is your thumb like sort of gingerly rubbing back and forth in the microphone?
Gingerly rubbing it.
Are you sort of
Stones,
doing
are,
like
you,
this?
are you recording this on a Nokia Razor?
Stones, are you doing one of these?
His flip cone wasn't flipped up all the way.
All right. So now
It's
that we know
gone
who
now.
that is.
Yeah, it's
Is it-
done. Nope, there it is.
I kind of like. I've grown to like it now. It feels like it's part of the.
Right,
how
I feel like it's
people
part of
say
the
that New York
zeitgeist.
is like a character in a movie. I feel like this noise is kind of a character. On the podcast.
I want to say what's up to Diane in the chat. Scott is in the chat. My buddy Scott Fastneck is in the chat. He says hi everyone. Pat says it's a cult. That it is.
I'd like to apologize for when I went to go share it before. I'm in a disc golf league, and I accidentally, and it's like all people in this league that I have
Did you
no
say
idea who they
disc
are.
golf?
And it's something that I really enjoy, and
Okay.
I just shared it only with that league. I didn't share it with anybody else. And then one guy was like, "I don't know if this is where you should be sharing this," and I was like, "Oh."
So there's like
sorry.
an influx of disc
just
golf
here.
players watching
that?
Awesome Talk. I'd be like, dude, Sarah, 3 guys who play disc golf all liked Awesome Talk tonight. Can you believe that?
And I'm pissed off because I'm like 3 out of millions.
Yeah. She's like, why only 3? Disc. Do you really play disc golf?
Yeah, it's my favorite thing in the world.
Can I tell you something? I used to be absolutely dynamite at Ultimate Frisbee. Could I play
Really?
disc golf?
Dude, it's very relaxing to me, and it's also something that you can do in this insane time where you don't have to see anybody. You can go by yourself and have fun walking around the woods and stuff. I like it.
Cool. I want to learn more about this.
It's literally just golf with discs. That's all it is.
Actually,
It's cool.
have
There's different weights to the discs, and there's different shapes to them, and it's cool. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I like
Oh,
it.
I'm going to throw the
They have a
heaviest
free
disc. I'm no pussy.
They have a free range over at Monmouth Racetrack.
Yes, yeah. There's one in Ocean County Park, and there's one at Alaire. There's a lot of it's all over the place. It's cool.
What the
fun.
fuck? How did I miss this? Damn.
great.
All right, I'm glad I know about this.
I'm gonna send you a disc golf hype video.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna be pumped about it.
Is it like a Tough Mudder promo video?
It's just a dude fucking a disc. That's it. No, it's good. It's
I
like
like that he said it's a dude fucking a disc, but at the end the camera pans up and it's Taylor.
And I walk
I'm
over,
like,
I'm like, Sarah, this fucking looks really good, man. I should be into this. I'm gonna look at some comments here. Can you explain the difference between God? Oh boy, here we go.
Oh no.
Andrew Slinger asks that. I don't know why my shit is not working properly here.
Slinger sounds like one of my disc golf buddies.
Yeah. Those guys and their snarky questions. Can you explain the difference between God and a made-up sky wizard that looks down on us and enjoys our pain? You know what,
No.
Kristen? This
Short answer, no.
The sky wizard enjoys our pain, And God knows that the pain is for your own good. Duh.
That's a better answer than I could come up with.
I was going to ask you, Kristen, actually, this brings up something for me. You said you went to college and you studied religion, like you wanted to know everything.
Yeah.
Where did that leave you? In terms of, I don't like the word spiritual, but religiously, I guess, is a better word. Did that leave you an atheist, agnostic, or did you pick something?
That left me with I know enough that I don't know anything. That's my answer. That's it. I wouldldn't say agnostic because that sounds too pretentious, and I wouldn't say atheist
God,
because
she says that all the fucking time, dude. She's always like, get off the fuck. She's like, shit, or get off the pot. Either it is or it isn't.
I'm just like, I'm a human floating on a rock that's hurtling through space, and I have no idea what the fuck's going on. How is time real? Are we in a simulation? That's where I'm at.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for some people, they don't like that. They're like, I need an answer
Did
now.
you find that? I have a religious question for you. Being someone who was like brought up in it as well, like I was, just my whole family, like I also had like pastors and stuff in my family, and grew up like very in a really religious upbringing, and I found that for me it was like I learned a lot of like values as far as like being, I feel like, nice and like caring, and like I learned a lot of that stuff, and I still feel like in my core maybe was from that somewhat, like some of the stuff, and then the other stuff I was just like I wiped away. But did you find that like some of it did build your character and like who you are, and in a positive way?
Yeah, I mean, there's positive aspects to any religious text. I always say religion in and of itself is not bad. If you read something and you get joy or you get meaning out of it and you feel like your life is fulfilled, great, good for you. I mean, definitely, like, there are some values that I have based on how I grew up, and definitely religion was a big part of that. But I mean, there's also really shitty things about religion, and I think most of it's because of the people, not necessarily the religion. I think, like, when we take extremes of anything, like a lot of people in the US talk about Islam and how it's this like horrible religion that oppresses women and is like very violent. If you ever take the time to read religious, like the Quran, or you take the time to study the denominations of Islam and speak with people who are Muslim, you'll realize that like they're just normal people. They believe what they believe. And I always tell people who think like that, like, there are Christians who are oppressive to women, are extremely violent in their beliefs, and are, just terrible people all around. But I think there's good stuff and there's bad stuff. I'm not going to knock anyone who finds value in religion. As long as you're not an asshole about it, that's fine. If it makes you happy and you're not hurting anyone, cool.
Yeah.
I think it's just
I had
we're desensitized to this weirdness. We're not used to that weird. So like
my
people have a problem with it because they're already trying to deal with this kind of weird over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also,
it's all really weird when you think about it. It's not like religion is a normal thing when you have science in the world.
Yeah.
Like, all that shit is really fucking weird when you think about it.
But I think like religion in and of itself is like I always say, like, if you call yourself like a person of faith, inherently you're believing in something that is illogical. Like, religion is illogical. Saying that 4,000 years ago, there was this magic sky person who came down and said, okay, well, I'm bored, I'm going to make stuff. And then boom, here we are. That doesn't make any sense. We have evidence that shows like, life took millions of years to evolve. I mean, I think if you are a religious person or you do choose to follow a faith, like, you're accepting the fact that like what you believe makes no sense. And if that brings you comfort, like, Does it make sense that we're all here on a floating rock with no purpose? It's a kind of a scary thought, but for some people that brings some comfort, and for other people, believing in their deity or whatever makes them happy and brings them comfort. So,
or lizard people believing in lizard
or the flying spaghetti monster, which, yeah. So I don't know.
We always talk to our friend Gregory, who's like born again a Christian, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe not just Christian. And to me, he's sort of the exception to the rule because he has so much respect for people who believe other religions and atheists and things like that. I'm always like, dude, you are a unicorn among your, because we've had conversations about why I'm an atheist. And I have a lot of not just logical points to make, but like some angry points to make as well.
Yeah.
And I'm always like, dude, like you're the guy who lives like you think Jesus would have lived, which there's nothing wrong with the way Jesus would have lived. I mean, how the hell could I not appreciate a guy who goes out in the woods with a bunch of people and says, fuck the government, they're fucking us, and like, and then gets murdered for it. Like, of course I appreciate that. But there's something benevolent about my friend who he just exudes positivity and does not in any way, shape, or form push it on you. And the unfortunate truth is I find him to be, he's a diamond in the rough in that particular culture. And that's what really hurts me about it, is I wish if more people said, this is making me live a better life, and I'm just going to put that positivity out to everybody, but I'm not going to force anything I think or what got me there, it would be so much easier to accept and digest. You know what I mean? For somebody who doesn't believe.
Yeah, it's just like having a
That's
conversation with anybody about something
not
that.
getting it forced down your throat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A huge difference.
Sure. But yeah.
I don't know. It's hard for me to even start talking about this because I come across as so extreme. But like, in my personal view, not talking about specific members of a religion, because now we're getting really like whittled down, but just overall, religion to me is really a dangerous thing. I think any time a group promotes the idea that it is okay to believe something in the face of evidence to the contrary, it is dangerous because it is promoting the idea that it's okay that critical thinking can be pushed aside. And that is historically how we got to the Dark Ages, how we got to the Inquisition, how all of those things happened when society wasn't promoted to think critically, to embrace whatever science was there at the time. It was like, hey, this is all in Latin and you don't know it, so we're going to tell you what to believe. And I mean, and the Inquisition, and the worst part is it's just so protected. Mm-hmm. You are a piece of shit if you say, I don't believe in the supernatural, I don't believe in the paranormal, and I'm sorry, but that's what religion is. It's not separate. It's the same thing. It's ghosts, it's spirits, it's talking to invisible things, it's believing things even if your eyes show you something else. And that is so dangerous in society. Religion, at one point, it made sense because you couldn't explain why this grew or why this did this. So you made up stories to help cope with that. And then after a while, the power that gave people personally was taken over, and religion got bigger, and the power was sucked up. And there's a man that lives in a dress in a fucking golden castle with his own army, for fuck's sake. And that's accepted. And you're not even allowed to criticize it.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where I was at too. Everything you're saying is especially now, because what everything you're saying is where we're at now,
Exactly.
where people
It's
are
a
like,
new
I'm not
culture.
going to wear a mask because I'm protected. Like
Yeah.
I put on the full armor of God. I'm ready to go outside and
insane.
catch the coronavirus. So, I mean, I have to say, like, everything you're saying now is what I've been thinking in the last couple of months. I hate to say it like that because it sounds really mean, but I mean, I think objectively, if you look at religious texts, not from like a stance of like I'm gonna live my life this way, but from I guess like I don't know. I mean, I try not to say that like I just like if you how do I say, if you can take something from the Bible and make it a positive thing in your life, I'm not going to knock someone from that. But so often it's been used, the Bible, the Quran, whatever other texts are out there, have been used to create so much damage and so much harm and hurt people and oppress people. I mean, you know, it's difficult. Yeah. It's oh,
And
I feel like it's a
very
mutation.
scary for someone that loves physics and loves science and thinks critically and doesn't believe in this stuff to see how it is swallowing people and swallowing laws and the country, and it's terrifying to watch.
Yeah.
And
I think-
watching how anti-science people have become, and not only anti-science but anti-education, like those memes
Yes.
that you see, those memes that say things like that are making fun of people with student debt because you can just get a labor job, you know, like be a plumber instead or an electrician because it's faster and cheaper. Like,
Mhm.
I don't think that it's bad to be an electrician or whatever, but don't sit there and talk bad about people that want to further their education. Like at one point, it
Yeah.
was okay to want to go to college, not even to get a degree, but just because you were interested in learning about a particular subject. Now that is laughed at, and
Yeah.
that is terrifying.
It is. It is. It is. That's where
Like
we're
the
at.
idea of enrichment is a joke. It's a joke. You are just meant to be a cog in a machine with no mind, no critical thinking. Because if you could think critically, you would know that this is bullshit and you're a slave to a lot of other people's whims. And that's what I feel like religion adds to that problem. It supplies those people to the machine.
There's something archaic about the idea that in order to get people to accept that certain things are not good to do to other people, that you have to threaten them with the ultimate death and the ultimate afterlife of somebody in the sky not being mad at you. And for me, that's the problem. Like, as an atheist, I know damn well it's not okay to go murder somebody. And I have learned from, you know, my mistakes in life, and I try to, you know,
From all those people I murdered. Yeah.
Right, exactly. You know what I mean? You know, there's screams that keep you up at night after a while. And like, you know, you're like, I don't want to hear this anymore. And I just feel like it's an unnecessary sort of supernatural thing that's imposed on people. That is because, Kristen, when you say that there's things that you learn that are good in religion, I don't think anybody can argue that there's good messages in it, for sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
100%.
And there's also like the community aspect of being with like people when you do have that moment of hearing something good or like hearing something that makes you feel good, like you said before, Kristen, and like something that might make you feel good when you read it or understand it. If you're with
Yeah.
a group of people, it's like when you're at a movie and something funny happens and you laugh with a crowd of people, as opposed to watching a movie at your house. Like, it's contagious, and it's definitely more of a feeling when you're with a group of people. So there is that like community feeling, which I think adds to like which is why it magnifies like this feeling where people go nuts over it, which I'm not saying is always good, but by any means. But
right,
like,
because what you're saying not only is, dude, what you're saying is the same thing we get when we go to a great concert.
Right.
And you're with a bunch of people and everybody just connects with that music. You know, I always say like when I used to go see Life of Agony, it was like a fucking religious experience for me to go see Life of Agony. I loved Life of Agony. You know what I mean? And to be in a crowd of people who also loved Life of Agony, you feel like everybody feels the same.
Yeah.
But then there are certain levels of it that become dangerous because that's what you're talking about is how we end up with the Million MAGA March.
Sure.
A bunch of people go, we're going to get together and in our unity, we will feel that we're justified in the things we say and the things we feel and the things we think. And this is where it goes off the rails because the human condition is such a fucked up thing. Because how do you get everybody to understand the difference between that level of pure joy and that level of personal justification? Like, does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. And that's what scares me because, Kristen, what you said earlier, too, is that a lot of these people who are dedicated to Donald Trump, they're evangelicals.
Most of them are, yeah. I mean, I personally, I think that religion is more of a form of like self-soothing. You know, if you have a problem, you can like, you know, turn to your own deity and, you know, speak to them or engage in some sort of religious act like prayer or, I don't know, giving an offering or, you know, going to temple. I don't think that that's wrong. What I think is wrong is when you impose your views on other people and you impose your religion on every single aspect of society and life. And like where we're at right now with Trump and with this whole coronavirus thing, a big part of it, and I'm surprised more people aren't talking about it or aware of it, is that the majority of people in this country are Christian. The majority of them who are Christian are evangelical. And not that I don't want to throw all these people under the bus, but I mean, most of them, you know, they believe that they're protected. Like I know someone who was in the hospital on a ventilator for 88 days and severely, severely ill. Brother actually died while he was in the hospital, came out, does not wear a mask, has his MAGA hat on and is like, nope, this is God's like chosen one. That's scary. That's dangerous. And they want everyone to follow what they believe. I went to school being taught that America was founded on Christian values, that America was founded on like the word of the Bible, and like the Bible is the law. It's the actual word of God and we have to follow it. That's not okay. That's scary. If you have a moment in your life where you're like, God damn, everything's fucked up, and you decide to pray, you don't really bother anyone, that's okay. I think, me personally. But where we're at now is very, very scary because it's almost like the evangelicals want to establish some kind of Christian nation, and they'll do anything to get their way.
I have two questions. I have two questions. Hold on, dude. Go ahead, Stones. I'm sorry.
All right. So something I wish Rob was here to for this. Actually, a couple weeks ago, found out that there is nothing in the Constitution that actually says separation of church and state, and that the Federalist Papers is what the Supreme Court relies on. And in the Federalist Papers, the only thing that's mentioned about religion is that the government will not impose on people's religious liberties.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as this country being founded on Christian values, that's entirely possible. And as far as separation of church and state, apparently there's an argument to be had that that's not something that we're told our whole lives. Oh, separation of church and state. Apparently, supposedly that doesn't exist. And then again, I'd love Rob to be here on that, but that's kind of fucked up. That would be cool
to hear. I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be a constitutional law expert, but I'm sure. I mean, there are already people like that lady who, Amy Courtney Barrett is her name. I hope I said it right. Probably not though. Well, fuck her anyways. But she's like extremely religious too. And like, what do you think is going to happen when you pack the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, with all these people who are like I fully follow the Bible and I believe that this is the way to live life and everyone should follow this. You're going to have a nation with laws that are just going to discriminate against people who don't believe the same brand of Christianity, don't believe in Christianity at all, or live a lifestyle or choose to be themselves, and that's somehow offensive or contrary to what, like, it's fucked. It's like we're all fucked. I don't know.
It's scary. And the other thing is, like, I don't see how it's possible to be truly deeply that hardcore in your beliefs and not also try to infringe upon someone else's rights. I don't think it's morally possible. Like, if my morals, if I truly believed, like, not like I'm taking a stand just because my group, like, if I really literally believed that abortion was actual murder of a baby, I would consider it against every fiber in my being to just shut my mouth and let other people do what they want because it's their right. Like,
Yeah.
I would be like, no, it's like, you don't have the fucking right to murder something. Like, fuck you. You know, like,
Yeah.
so I feel like it's impossible to just say, oh, well, there's a separation of church and state, and you can't infringe upon other people and their rights to not have a religion. Like, I feel like if you're that religious, you can't separate yourself from the rest of the world and or country and their rights to do something else, because the conviction is telling you that there is a law more important. I mean,
Right.
it's
Mhm.
utter nonsense to believe that. That's self-soothing too, to believe that
Yeah.
can even happen. It can't happen because it's against the whole code to begin with. The whole code says this is fucking evil. Like, your
Yeah.
code says this is evil no matter what. And it doesn't matter what anyone says. And that anyone includes the goddamn law. So, like,
It's,
you know, we're,
That whole
Um,
separation of church and state thing is actually pretty accurate. It is in the First Amendment. It's something like the free exercise clause or something like that.
the right to.
Or what is it called? There's two of them. There's the Establishment Clause and something else. Free exercise clause, yeah. So one protects the people from expressing their right from religion or whatever, and then the other one is the Congress can't, or the government can't use any instate any religion or something like that to the government. Let's hold on a second. Let me just look it up real quick.
The abortion
But
thing
that's
to
my
me.
point. It's not saying that it's saying that it won't impose on any it can't impose on any religious beliefs. It's not written that religion can't guide the law.
Well, the Establishment Clause is this. It's the First Amendment, and it prohibits the establishment of religion by Congress.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty.
Right.
Yeah.
That's pretty vague, though, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, well,
not.
that Thomas Jefferson interpretation was the whole separation of church and state. That was a paraphrasing.
Yeah, but interpretation has become a real big problem these fucking days,
Mhm.
dude. Because
But
70
people
million
took that
people
and ran with it.
interpret fucking freedom in a completely different way than the fucking other 80 million. And like, this
Yeah.
is getting. I was also going to ask, do people who are very religious, do they really think that they're protecting children when they're against abortion?
I personally, I say this all the time to everyone who says that they're pro-life. You're not really fucking pro-life. If you were pro-life, you would be anti-war. You would be anti-poverty. If every single life is sacred, then you would be anti-death penalty. But you're not. You just want to save the fetus.
But why? Why is the fetus so important over everybody else? This is the thing that I don't understand.
Yeah.
And I didn't know this about you. So now that I do, I'm curious because what is the answer? How come nobody else seems to matter, but the fetus does? And I'm genuinely curious in what the actual response to that is.
I personally think it's the presumption of innocence, and it's the presumption of, like, the sacredness of life. That's what I think. If you ask someone else, they'll, if you ask someone who's like a religious, super religious, they'll say it's murder, and that's the answer. It's like the right, like you're not going to kill someone. But I think that personally, I think that abortion is like, that whole issue is just so stupid, because there are so many other issues that you could tackle that would prevent even people you can prevent people from having abortions if you give them birth control and you give them condoms
And education.
and education. But these people who are so anti-abortion are super anti against, like, they're not for that. Like that's like a no-go zone. When my second high school, they were going to do a sex ed class, my mom was all up in arms about it. Like, you're not going to teach my kid. I mean, little did she know, but you're not going to teach my kid how to put a condom on. And it's like, dude, if you really were invested in preventing people from having abortions, you would fund more Planned Parenthood clinics and have them be opened. You would fund more food stamp programs and helping single mothers out so that they, their kids don't go down the same fucking path. It just, like, to me, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why is the abortion thing the big thing? It's just, I think it's just a way for people to control women's bodies. And I think that there's a big there's a big like misogynistic movement within like the new evangelical movement and the religious right in America. I mean, that's just something I've experienced as growing up the way that I did, and being, taught that like I had to cover myself up because I was going to have someone look at me and like lead them astray, or I had to, like all the blame and all the fault is put on the woman. So I think the whole abortion thing is just, a way of controlling women. I mean, that's just I don't know. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it's a bunch of guys, small dicked guys yelling into microphones and feeling inadequate and like they're
Yeah, I don't think if you don't have I don't think if you don't have a uterus you should say anything. It's none of your fucking business. I mean, that's, again, I hope nobody gets offended by what I say, but
Dude, I completely agree with you. Like I've said for fucking years that men have no place in this fucking argument.
Yeah.
If you don't have the ability to actually go through this shit, why the fuck do you have an opinion?
There is a big, and I studied this all throughout when I was in college, there is an issue with misogyny in religion and how women are treated as property, as not even human beings worth having an opinion or worth having.
I'm sorry, not to interrupt you, but I've been to weddings where that are Christian or Catholic, and I hear things like, you will obey your husband. Yeah, Marchie, dude. Yeah, come on in, man. Just join the Facebook. I'm sorry, the Skype feed. You know it. You should be able to come in. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Let me see if I can get him in. He's got two names, which doesn't make it any easier, Rob Marchie. I'm trying to get him.
Damn it, Elias.
I'm going to try to get the other Rob Marchie number in. Let's see if I can do that.
And not only is it like men making decisions about women's body, it's like also those like fucking traitor women that will vote against other women left and right. And it's like, wow, man, like this is they're so, like, to me, that's like so much more evil.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I personally, like, I hate to say it, I feel bad, but I don't feel bad, because women like that, I mean, I think have just been brainwashed. I think, like, for me, I don't know, maybe I'm being like a little cynical, but like the past experiences I've had since all this corona shit's gone down, I've just seen so much like people in my life personally who are very religious. So I feel like I'm being really hard on them, but my experiences with them have been like, this virus isn't real. Donald Trump won the election. And this shit like that I'm like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. What you're saying, it just doesn't. And sitting down and having a conversation with someone like that, who thinks that way, they don't see reality. They don't see facts. It's scary. It's scary to like talk to another person and like blank stare. They're looking back at you and they're like, no, this is the truth. And it's very clearly not. It's like they live on another planet, and it's just really sad.
And they run shit.
Yeah, they're taking opinions for facts. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, it's not fun.
I just want to say I'm trying to get Rob Marchi in right now, and I don't know why he's not coming in.
It's really terrifying. It's hard for me sometimes to like go on social media and just see this craziness. Like, for our other podcast a while ago, I followed this like Christian news network, and I can't believe how many people are this an echo chamber of just the craziest things I have ever heard.
I'm not sure.
And it's so scary. I'm like legitimately terrified of our country. Like I was before like totally aware of how insignificant disabled women are in this country, but like after the pandemic, I'm just like, dude, like nobody gives a shit like at all if I drop dead. Like no one, and no senator, no fucking, there's no politics. They don't give a shit about an entire population of people at all. And like,
yeah.
I'm just over it with the fucking religious shit. I'm just over it. Like, dude, it's not like the 1400s anymore. I can't believe the adherence to this in the face of so much evidence against so much of the argument.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and the other part of it is that like it's like personally heartbreaking to me how much science is shunned. But I guess a religious person could say the same thing about me. But there's evidence to back up these things. But a religious person could say, well, the sun is evidence of God. You just don't see it.
Yeah.
It's like, but that's not what that's fucking evidence of. So there's no real winning. It's just a circle. But they rule the fucking country and they rule the world, and we're the aliens, not them.
What if we all died and like Scientology was right this whole time? How mad would everyone be?
Yeah, well, and then we would go end up on another
Chavez,
planet.
With the time zone, because they didn't like the fact that they had the same time zone as New York, so they bumped it back a half hour.
That's changing reality right there, dog.
Yep.
Hey guys, I have to go get a charger for my computer real quick.
All right, hurry, go get it.
Be right back.
All right. So my next question was going to be, can we have these? Is it possible? I obviously think it is, but is it possible for the masses to get the things that some people get out of religion without having to go to religion to get it?
Yeah, people do it all the time. People start communities all the time, fucking book clubs and every other goddamn thing. That people get a sense of community from 1,000,001 different things. Like we have Awesome Talk. Like that's a group of people sitting around debating things and whatever. Like the only thing that you can't do is fill the hole of the existential hole that a lot of human beings face, and that's the thing that you can't replace. You just have to accept it, but there's too many people unwilling to accept it. And to me, religion is just believing in magic tricks. Magic is real, and I wish more people embraced things like physics, because they would soon find out the world, a religionless world, is not boring, and there isn't no magic. There is things that seem magical in our world that really do exist if you take the time to actually study them. And that's a refusal because it doesn't add up with the religion part of it. And to me,
Yeah.
it's so much more fascinating because it is provable, like legitimately provable. Like you don't have to debate it. It is provable. And it's just as amazing. It's more amazing. It's more astounding. And it's more mysterious than any God could ever be. That's the power of science that honestly religion doesn't have, because you have to have faith, and faith is just believing in something without evidence,
Yes.
and that's a big hole that science does not have.
I think if you look at religion sort of like mythology, at least that's the way that I kind of look at it, which sounds really nerdy and cheesy, but I think it's almost like just reading stories that maybe you get a good moral lesson out of, and that's
Yeah,
pretty
I
much
mean,
it.
that's the point.
Yeah.
Of like all of the, like fables, fairy tales, like they
Mhm.
have a moral. Like some of them even tell you the moral at the end. Dude, what is
Yeah.
that echo, Rick? It's driving me nuts.
It's this. Sorry.
And that was the point of them. You could read any story and be like, I want to be more like that character. Wow, that's what a strong person in the face of all of that any story. You can take that away from any story. You don't have to live as if it really happened. And you don't have to live as if you're going to be punished if you fall short of trying to follow whatever lesson it told you. That's the extremist part of it.
Anything in the extremes is bad, I think.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that a person is really good if they're only being good because they're scared of something putting them in hell or something? Like if there's a consequence? What if there's no consequences?
That's a philosophical question. God, I mean,
good and bad is just a human construct.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we all try to live within the norms of society. Like, don't kill, don't murder, like, don't, steal or go crazy, and, don't run naked down the street. Don't shout fire in a crowded movie theater, because there are consequences in society where, like, you'll get in trouble for those things. If you kill someone, you go to jail. If you steal, you'll have to go to jail too. But I mean, I don't think necessarily religion is the end all be all consequence, if that makes sense. Like the heaven hell thing, I don't know if that's necessarily where we get our moral values from. I think it's just, people might say that it's like, I don't want to go to hell, so I'm not going to kill people. But I think more it's like, I want to fit into society and not be alone and have a place where I belong. So I'm going to follow the rules of this society, if that made any sense at all.
Would you guys steal if there was no law?
Steal?
Yeah.
What are we stealing?
Hypothetical, anything.
Hold on a minute. Wait. That's a deep question, Pat. That's a deeper question. That's a deeper question you think it is. So when people riot, okay, the thing that annoys me is not that I don't give a fuck if people loot and burn shit down. I really don't care one fucking absolute bit, unless you loot and burn down your neighbor's store. That bothers me. So am I going to steal? Well, am I stealing from people who are stealing from the planet or the population or my friends or my family in some way? I honestly don't give a fuck when a Target gets looted and burnt down, because Targets and Walmarts are partly what ruined your fucking communities. So I don't care about that. But when your neighbor is doing something and they have a store and they're trying their best and they're doing that I give a shit about. So to me, that's all. It's all relative to the situation. Like.
I'm not saying to burn the building down when you take something. Just would you take something if there was no law against it?
Yeah, I need a pen, and I'm like, fuck this place.
It's wrong, but there's no law to get caught.
Right.
But if there's no law, then is it wrong just inside your head, or is it this
law always right though?
No, it's not. But most
But-
people don't steal because they don't want to get caught and in trouble. But if there's no rule against it, then why would you get in trouble?
Right, and the difference between like stealing something and killing somebody, I would imagine, is like seeing someone like in pain or in fear, or in like that's a whole like emotional thing.
Yeah,
Whereas
Mhm.
stealing, you're just like, I want this shit, and I'm gonna take it and have it, and then it's like you have it.
Yeah, but there's still the Bible and everything religion, which is where we started with it.
Yeah,
You know, so I think people would do it if there was, no religion.
I think
telling-
that if religious people would seriously be running around murdering everybody if they didn't have the Bible, then we should be concerned about them for other reasons.
Well, I mean, that's kind of where I'm going with this. Like, I don't think people, like, would they be doing what they're supposed to be doing if nobody was telling them, hey, this
Oh,
is
definitely
fuck
not.
God,
I wonder
it's gonna
that.
fuck you up if you don't do this.
I wonder that too, because like I
Yeah.
said, as an atheist, you learn from your errors in life, you take responsibility, and you do better because you're supposed to fucking feel bad if people feel like you learn from life. And the idea that like there's a group of people that think, well, hey, if I just say these words or believe in this, then no matter what the fuck I do, it's totally fine, or I'm not going to do this because I'm terrified of what's going to happen when I die. Like, is that the right reason for doing something?
right,
Yeah. I mean, I think we already live in a society where people steal
right.
and people get away with murder.
Do you see other societies like not following that, like not believing in a god and still being a society, or surviving and like carrying on as a functioning society, or are there not many? Like, I mean, just other religions and other societies like that?
It goes in a cycle. It becomes cyclical because if you look at the USSR was an atheist construct for a long time, and now it's extremely Christian because the people apparently were yearning for that transition to occur.
Right.
So
Weird.
it's a cyclical problem. I would assume that there's problems on both sides. I mean, obviously, there's problems on both sides of that coin.
Yeah.
Can I read some comments, because I have comment feeds going in two places, and some of them are pretty amazing. I'm gonna go over here to this watch party, and let's see how many.
Oh, that's
we got.
Rob March. March's here.
Oh, good, Marchie, you're here, buddy.
Yo, yo, yo.
Ah, yes, Rob March is here.
I will
Welcome,
say
my
one
friend.
thing.
Are you in?
It's utterly insulting that mostly religious
That Rob
people-
March is here.
Yes.
Is Robin
say,
C-Lab
like,
2020?
where would you get your morals if it wasn't for religion? It is such a conceited standpoint of basically the only reason there's good people is because of people like us. And it's like wow.
What did I
Rob,
step
talk
into?
about
What the fuck did I just walk into?
Yeah, Rob, you walked into such a fucking crazy religious, existential, spiritual, political conversation. You have no fucking idea what's going on here. And plus, people are drinking and shit. Like, you have no idea.
Anybody break out the hard drugs? We got any psychocillocybin or anything going on?
Not yet, but they're
Rob,
working on it in Jersey.
There's a pretty I wanted to ask you this. You weren't here earlier. There's a pretty common construct that there's this belief that there's in the Constitution there's something that states separation of church and state, and apparently a friend of mine was telling me the other day that that's not actually stated directly like that. That the Supreme Court is guided by the Federalist Papers, and that the Federalist Papers just states that government is not to impose on anybody's religious beliefs, and that's the only thing that it states.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
Hold on, Rob.
it's-
Before you answer, can I just say one thing to Taylor and Kristen, because I don't think they know you.
Oh,
That Rob
Hi.
Marchi is a
How are ya?
he's not only is he a member of Awesome Talk, but he's a history professor. So that's why we.
Oh,
Yes.
fuck
I
yeah.
think I was on with Rob once.
I think
yes.
so too. I think
Yeah, I think
Taylor
you
and I
were.
have met before. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not wrong, Stones. He's the separation of church and state thing is problematic because when they created that shit, they were not working with the idea that religion was going to be in. Most of them are deists. You know what I mean? They're not Christians. They're not. I mean, they are fundamentally Christians in certain aspects, but that's why a lot of that has a lot of influence comes from the Freemasons. You know, the Freemasons were. I don't know if you know about joining the Freemasons, but joining the Freemasons, they only ask that you believe in a higher power. They're not categorizing, you know, in terms of you have to be Christian or you have to be Catholic or you have to be Protestant. When the country was founded and the Constitution was put together, a large majority of the population was Protestant. They were Protestant in all of New England for the most part, a couple Quakers and shit like that. But outside of that clause that he's talking about, yeah, there's no definitive we will separate church from state in the Constitution. However, it is slighted that you probably, you know, should not allow that into the courts and allow that into the lawmaking.
I just have a quick question because we were talking about all different religious things, and Rob was just in a laboratory, and now he appears in a house all of a sudden.
I'm just at home now.
Is he maybe something of a higher power? We don't know.
Sometimes it depends on where I'm at in the day. Yeah.
Okay.
But what were you guys kind of? What started? What sprung
so
this?
we're talking about shit because Kristen
It all started with Giuliani's.
Yeah, we started with Giuliani's
What?
melting face, and then
the man who's leaking from the earlobes.
Right, and then, dude, you have no idea how intense it's been, right? And then Stones is talking about his potential coronavirus, and then Kristen's talking about how she was raised evangelical and now she's not, and there's just all kinds of crazy shit going on here.
Well,
tonight.
okay, so let me address that one by one. First of all, anything Rudy Giuliani says is fucking batshit abnormal, right? Like it has been that. Remember when that video came out where they zoomed in? I love those videos where they zoom in on somebody when they're talking and it gets real awkward. And he was doing that. America. That's my favorite Rudy Giuliani because that's when he snapped. That's the point in which Rudy was gone. You know, regardless if you loved him or hate him. But so. I guess the next point is, Stones, you have COVID? Is that the thing, or?
We'll find out by the end of the weekend. I got tested today. It took 4 days to get a test, but yeah, we'll figure that out.
Do you have symptoms?
Had quite a few. I still have a cough and a wheeze and whatnot, but it's I'm on the mend a week later if that's what it was.
Well, I hope you feel better, and I hope that you didn't have it.
Yeah.
Kristen, you were raised an evangelical and decided to just dismiss it all one day? Is that?
It wasn't one day. It was a culmination of days.
Well, let me ask you this then, because I'm kind of curious to this because evangelicals, I have a field day with the evangelicals.
I knew it.
not because I'm against evangelical thinking. I think that it's a beautiful thing that someone likes to find their faith but the problem is that they tend to market it overly to everybody, and it becomes something of a fad for them. And they love to share it to this point where it's like, if Jesus Christ isn't your savior, they're going to get Jesus Christ to be your savior by the time that they're done with it. And my curiosity comes in at what were the key points for you that were like, I got to move away from this. Like, this isn't for me.
Well, I always kind of grew up. So both of my parents were pastors, which I think I said before. My mom is still a pastor, but so I had always like this like weird, annoying, like I was that kid in Sunday school who always asked questions and got in trouble, even though I was the pastor's kid. But I just really, for me, so when I was 11, my dad passed away from cancer. He got really, really sick. And he was sick for about, I want to say like 11 months. And during that time, we had a bunch of people come to our house and like pray for him, and like people would like sit down with me and be like, your dad's gonna be okay. And I knew from like a young age that like when all this shit was going down, I was like, he's not gonna make it. I just knew, like, something inside me was like, it's not looking good. And the type of cancer that he had was really aggressive and had a really low survival rate. So I like kind of, was listening to all of these people come to my house and just be like, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. Actually remember one night that someone came over to our house and like spent the entire night praying and casting out demons and and that didn't really do much. So my dad passed away, and I was 11, so I was really young. And I remember someone came over to our house to like sit with us and like grieve with us and do the whole like funeral thing. And I asked this person who was like really close to me, I was like, if God is like super good and if he like is all knowing, why did he let this happen? And the answer I got was, you should never ask that question again. So from me, that point on was kind of like the starting point where I was like, this seems a little fucking weird. Why am I not allowed to ask questions? And it just kind of like went on from there. I mean, I started like just questioning everything when I went to school, because I went to a Southern Baptist school and they were saying crazy things that made no sense. Like they taught us that like anorexia, bulimia, and other eating disorders were a sin. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. Abortion is okay in instances of like rape or incest. That didn't make sense to me. Poor people are poor because they choose to be poor, because they don't work. Never made sense to me. So it just kind of like kept going on that path of like, this shit doesn't make any fucking sense, up until I graduated from high school. And then I went to Drew. And then while I was there, it kind of just like fully erupted into like, I'm just over this shit. None of it makes sense to me. And then I became a religious studies minor, and I was like, well, out of morbid curiosity, I'm going to see what else is out there. And my conclusion was that there's nothing else out there. And that's where I'm at now.
So would you call you? I mean, are you basically agnostic at this point, or are you?
I mean, I don't like to use the word agnostic. I just like.
I do. I understand that. Yeah. I feel completely the same way, because it's hard to not have. I don't mean to cut you off, but I kind of feel like you're going to say exactly what I'm thinking here, and that
probably, yeah.
Agnostic kind of is. It's kind of like it's like a definitive. I just expel anything that sounds like that, and it kind of puts you in a category of non-believers, to where people are like, you're a radical, right? If you're agnostic, you're radical. You have definitively said there's nothing, rather than keeping. It kind of takes away from being open-minded in the fact that even if there is something, because there's still a little bit. I
thought agnostic was open-minded. I thought agnostic was completely open-minded, 100% open-minded.
Yeah, I have to agree with Sarah a little bit on agnostic here, about agnostic being either shit or get off the pot. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds to me like I don't believe, but just in case I'm wrong, save me a seat.
I mean, I say that every day.
I think that there's a lot of that, right, in the world when it comes to religion, is that people are like, oh no, that's not fucking real, but just in case, I'm gonna, say a Hail Mary before I go to bed, or say a prayer before I go to sleep at night.
All right, fuck everybody here at this point.
Why is that where Stones is? Did I miss this part of the conversation?
This is his COVID goodbye letter. This is the truth comes out.
So he's where are you standing on this, Stones? Because I love that you're always this dude that's got this outstanding view on something where you're like, the fuck is Stones talking about?
I think the world is too crazy to discount the possibility that there's definitively not something else out there, but to have a fucking book written about it, and to actually think that any of us understand, or could write the shit down and spew it out and fucking mass.
Pinpoint it, yeah.
It's also ridiculous. So that's.
Well, wait a minute, wait. So what? Let me clarify this for my own fucking sanity, because sometimes when you talk, my brain hurts. Right. So you just did like I don't know if you closely associated religion with UFOs and extraterrestrial life, or you were mentioning, or you were talking about the fact that there's an afterlife and a belief system that is the true end all be all. Because I think that what's funny, I think Rob Zombie put it best in stating that when you fucking die, you become fertilizer, and that's pretty much it. And the thought that there's all of this afterlife shit is.
Well, I was going to say that Madison asked in one of the chats here, what do you think it's like after you die? And I was going to say it's probably a lot like what it was like before you were born.
You can be agnostic.
You didn't exist, and that was fucking it.
You could be agnostic without believing that there's a structure of an afterlife. By the way,
No, you
if
cannot.
that's not-
No, you cannot. Absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. Yeah, no. If you're agnostic, you claim you don't believe, but you're a little worried about it.
Well,
Yeah,
I think that isn't agnostic. Like agnostic to me is what a libertarian is. It's kind of like
That's what I say all the time.
agnostic is like
I'm
you're
not
too
a
much of
Republican,
pussy-
but
you're too much of a pussy to say that you're a Republican who doesn't care if gays get married, but you're also too liberal to be like, I can't say I love fiscal responsibility, so I'm a libertarian. And you're like, no, you aren't, you fucking clown. There's no such thing.
I think
You're
the whole
either in
point
the
of it
middle and
is, though,
you're either moderate or you're not, and that's fucking it. Like, I think that agnostics are people who are atheists that are afraid to be atheists, and it's like, all right, listen, you either accept it or you don't. You don't believe or you believe, and there's nothing wrong with having faith, and being an atheist is a faith altogether. People dismiss the fact that atheism is a faith. You have faith
Right.
that there's nothing there.
I
Yeah.
think for me, it was like in high
I don't know if
school,
I
like,
agree with
remember
that.
How like people were like, are you a goth? Are you a punk? Are you a rocker? Are you a hip hop? And you're like, I just like music, dude. Like,
Or
I don't
do you
know
like
what
Limp
I don't
Bizkit?
want to like classify myself as anything. I just want to be cool and like, and I don't want to like, whatever. But it's like if you take good things like Kristen was saying before out of religion or whatever, great. And like it doesn't mean you have to be like. I don't have to be Methodist to think like this one idea from the Methodist Church is like a smart idea, and then like think the rest of it's bullshit. It's just like
Right.
I just think it's a
When
nice
somebody
idea,
says, "Thou
whatever.
shalt not
Like-
bang thy neighbor's wife,"
right.
you're like, "Oh yeah,
Which is
okay,
a
that
big
sounds
one.
reasonable."
Yeah,
That-
but you're like, the neighbor's wife came on to me, and the neighbor doesn't really like his wife anymore, so why shouldn't I service? Like there's,
Stop
No, but
applying reason.
Taylor, in that point, right? It's kind of like, at the end of the day, you can have your beliefs, and what I'm joking around about here, it's not to offend people. It's very George Carlin-esque. It's kind of like you believe what you want to believe. That's
Sure.
and I have to ask, based on that point you just made, because I wholeheartedly agree with you that because I was born a Catholic and then I became a Methodist under what my dad was suggesting, and
Mhm.
and then eventually I studied it. I mean, I teach Western civilization. I teach the origins of most of this faith stuff, and
Yeah.
I think that, Rick, I have to ask you, because you did blatantly say that you kind of disagree with me on that, and I'm curious as to what you mean by that, because I use the term faith to describe atheism,
Right.
and that
Okay.
seemed
So my
that
argument
seemed
is
to,
that
to trigger you.
yeah, because it's not. I don't have faith that there's nothing out there. I have knowledge that there's nothing out there.
Okay, but that's you being that's definitively you saying that there's nothing out there is automatically rejecting anything else that could be a possibility.
Well, you say automatically as if there's any reason for me to believe otherwise in any reasonable capacity.
You're right.
Okay.
Have you ever
Okay,
seen
wait. I
Roger
think-
Rabbit?
can
Who
I
Framed
explain?
Roger Rabbit? You're gonna tell me
Yeah.
that there's not a divine power that helped make that movie goddamn beautiful and with cartoons
was
of real people
beautiful.
working together?
That was
Come on,
beautiful,
man.
but look what came out of it. Did you
At
see
a
the
time-
Tom and Jerry trailer? That's what happens when you have great things like
That's
Roger
true.
Rabbit.
We-
So there
This
you
is why
go.
we can't
That's
make nice things.
extremism
You're right. This
right
is-
there. Perfect example of extremism.
I have not seen that trailer. I need to know whether or not you're being sarcastic in the fact
It's
that it's going to be a bomb.
And there is only
or-
one way to find out.
No, I'm not going to fall. I'm not going to fall into your trap, Sarah. I
Don't
refuse
watch
to
it.
look this up on fucking
So,
YouTube. And
someone in the chat said atheism is a faith, and I just want to address that because it drives me nuts when people say that.
That's what he
It is not a faith, and in fact, it's a little offensive that the only thing in the world that there is a word for not believing in is religion. There is no word for a person that doesn't believe in unicorns. There is no word for a person that doesn't believe, whatever. There is a word, a specific label to give people who simply say, I don't fucking believe in religion. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in the paranormal. I'm not superstitious. I don't believe in supernatural things. You have a label on you because religious people needed to fucking label you to know who you are. Like, it's so offensive. It is not a faith
Right.
because faith is the belief in something with no evidence. You have to have faith in order to believe it. Without the faith, there's no other proof. That is not atheism.
It's
Yeah,
like
but
in a
don't you-
world of junk food, you have to call real food organic.
But don't you then in response to that, don't you have faith that there is nothing, and then if there is something and you're burning in hell for the rest of eternity, you're like, fuck,
No,
I was wrong.
No, I have absolute faith that you can't go top down as far as evolution. You can't have the most powerful thing ever come before the least powerful thing. I have faith that science proves that over and over and over and over and over again. I take that information and I apply it to something enormous like religion. And I know that you cannot have a God before you have humans, before you have one-celled organisms, before you have any of that.
Now you're bringing marine biology
When
into this.
someone says to me that God can hear what we think and what we say and pray about because he exists outside of nature, outside of what we're working with, then that to me, under science, something outside of quote unquote nature is not real. Everything.
Yeah, but
that
you could be positive for AIDS. You could be positive for AIDS, and it's not positive. It's not a positive thing.
I don't even.
And this is
Thank you, Stones.
This is the part where Stones comes in with a comment, and I want to slam my head against the fucking table that I'm sitting next to.
Right. Because your brain goes, why does this matter?
I want to label things.
I glitch. I fucking glitched.
Yeah.
I was like, I was
Stones is what I call glitch logic. Like when shit goes, like he's got the answer.
Sarah, I think ultimately that I can't speak for everybody here, and I obviously don't know the two guests that are here personally enough to make a blanket statement. But I don't think that anybody here is actually disagreeing with your statement. I think that I'm just objectively saying that if people choose not to believe, that non-believing aspect is a belief. It's a belief that you're right about there is nothing out there, and I think that at its core, it's kind of it's having faith in that belief that you don't have anything to fucking worry about.
It has to be a belief because there's no evidence either way. So
I don't know if
you're right either
That
direction.
is
Well,
not
I think it's
true.
kind of
There
shitty
is
that
a lot of evidence that says that the construct of God could not exist, at least in the way that pretty much every religion has him. You can't have
Well, I would say-
something
I would
more
say that-
complicated come first.
I would
There
say that
is evidence.
I think the ultimate irony in the blanket of what is religious thought, right? The ultimate irony is that early peoples in the world had polytheistic views because they couldn't understand the elements. They couldn't figure out why the elements made things happen. They didn't understand any of the elements or why things naturally took place. And science replaced those elements, right? So polytheism's out the fucking window because science proved why the wind blows, why the tidal patterns happen, why waves crash, why volcanoes erupt. All of that shit was not obviously Zeus and Poseidon and fucking, Hercules stomping the ground and fucking, Anubis and all of that shit. And then for Christianity to come around, right, and for a prophet to take over in one swell swoop all of Judaism and start a cult, in a sense that alienated him from
That's
the
just my
Jewish
boyfriend.
population.
Sorry.
What's that?
That's just my boyfriend and my dog coming in.
Oh.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
So the idea of Christianity coming in and starting a cult that was anti-Judaism, right? And then 500 years later, Muhammad come around and then cause an issue for the Christians, kind of reiterating the same things, but only tightening the grip on what the religious standards were. And then for nothing, for the next 1,500 years to be out there, for no one without rejection from those groups of people to then state that those are the only two core beliefs, that there's no malleability moving forward. I think that's the irony of it, is that it was okay for those groups of people when it was well accepted. But at this point in time, anybody else who considers themselves a prophet who would state that I literally spoke to God in today's world is viewed as a crazy person and ends up in a white room somewhere with a straitjacket around them, or starts what they call a cult. But you can't call Christianity a cult, and you can't call Islam a cult, and you can't call Judaism a cult. But anybody else who wants to start an outside the box religious faction is called a cult. And I find that ironic that the downplaying of all of that stuff, which by now is 2 millennia old, and in reality disproven by what you're stating in terms of the logic of science, and also the sheer transparency of things like the Catholic Church and the wrongdoing of the Catholic Church and the manipulation by these religious organizations in taxable income, and the seriousness by which our country takes religiosity in terms of where it doesn't have any responsibility other than to just allow a congregation of people to come in and believe a book is like mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing to me. And I feel that, I don't reject religious beliefs. I think everybody believes that I think faith is a beautiful thing for anybody. I think that it's helped a lot of people. I've been through programs before, and I have friends that have been through NA, and they've been through AA, and they've been through suicide programs, and they've been through, and religion has helped them. Faith has helped them, regardless of how far it's taken them. But it was things that had good words.
Religion didn't help them. The message helped them.
Sure, but that's what I mean.
You did not need. So this was my original, right? I think right before you jumped on, I said, can we have this level of morality without having to threaten people with an almighty force in the sky?
And my answer to that is no.
Yeah, but why not? Like, I'm an atheist, and I know damn well not to hurt you. Not only do I not want to hurt you or kill you, I want more than anything for you to be happy. And
he wants to make out with you too.
But Rick, you were born.
You have a beard.
Doesn't.
Is that true?
What?
That can be arranged. Is that true, or is that?
Rob, I'm happy to hear that you're interested. It makes me feel better about being 41.
You know what's funny is I have the actual Skype is not on my computer. I'm watching the Facebook feed, so I'm just listening to your voice. And the way you said that, it moved.
I know, man. I imagine you are hairy, and I'm all about it.
I'm not. No. I manscape.
Oh, okay. All right.
A lot. I manscape a lot.
I can work with that.
Here's a theoretical for you. What
I can work.
I actually have an R right above it. I trimmed an R in there, not for Rob, but for Richard.
I guessed it. I knew that.
Yeah, Richard, because it's also Dick. Yeah, you get it. It's yes, you knew what the fuck I was going with there.
People think it's a bad thing. I made it worse.
Listen, I have to lower my voice a couple more tones here. Let me get the mic real close. Hold on. So Rick, do you ever think like if I had like a really, really, really good conversation with you late at night, we could probably work this out, or what?
Oh yeah, we can work it out.
You ever think if we get really?
By the way, Rob, my
I'm
voice.
not gonna lie. Is that Pat talking? Because Pat's voice is actually better than your fucking.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Pat sounds like he's like 5 Marlboros into this conversation right now.
He might be, but I gotta tell you, I have the most buttery voice on this show right now.
Don't ever use the term buttery to describe your voice ever again.
He always uses the fucking.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because somebody tweeted at me once.
Some asshole made the mistake of ruining our that like 7 years ago.
I'm going to tell you why he uses buttery, because he's a fan of Limp Bizkit, and that's an awfully Limp Bizkit-y kind of reference point. That's
I like to put butter on my Limp Bizkit.
God.
His biscuit.
Why is this resurgence of Limp Bizkit coming back up?
Because it's time.
It's
time.
It's time.
It's time.
You say it's,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Right. Let me tell you something.
Facebook. It's absurd.
Here's why.
It's absurd.
In 2020, here's the point. All of you can agree with me on this. In 2020, right? The internet has made just about everything current. I don't give a fuck if you're an a cappella barbershop quartet. I don't give a fuck if you're like a death metal Norwegian black metal band. Everything is current and new metal and.
We've been trying to get a barbershop quartet on this show for like 3 fucking years. So if there happens to be anyone out there who is in one, please, for the love of fuck, could you please just come on the show?
I just want to say
Gotta
that in
be
the
so
chat
stressful.
room,
there has to someone has
Here's
to
the thing
know.
about Fred Durst the reason it doesn't make any sense to me why he came back is because
Came back.
he was like all the rage back in the day, and then everybody realized how much of a dickhead he was because he had to plaster his face over.
can
every
any
fucking
of you even begin to explain to Generation Z how goddamn famous Limp Bizkit really was?
Yeah,
That
but
was before
Like you
my
could, like in
generation.
1999,
You really,
you could
I'm
say
not gonna
Fred
lie,
Durst.
Stones, you just struck a fucking nerve, bro. This dude is about to go off. He has got a Limp Bizkit erection the size you can't even understand right
He's
now.
about to grab
His,
It's so
yo,
bad.
his Rick's erection right now has a backwards baseball hat on. That's how Limp Bizkit his erection is right now.
he was an egomaniac, and that was his total fucking downfall. That was his
Hold
failure as a
on.
person.
So let me
And
tell
that-
you. Let me relate all of this.
Here he comes.
Let me
Hold
relate
on.
all of this to the very beginning of our entire conversation. Right?
About the whole
Is
court
Fred
on it.
Durst the problem, or are people obsessed with Fred Durst the problem? Right? So
Durst
are
is the
politicians the problem, or is the fact that celebrity culture is our problem, and now politicians have to be celebrities in order for us to pay attention to them?
I blame Jonathan Davis for giving him his 50 minutes of fame.
Fuck
I blame
Fred
Jonathan.
Durst.
Sarah got into a fight with Monkey from Korn once.
Yeah, we had this conversation. I told you, Sarah. I agree
Now we're
with Sarah
talking.
that Monkey was a real fucking jerk off.
I mean,
No,
he
she
was.
never told that story on the show.
No, we had that conversation in that phone call that you obviously don't remember from fucking 8 days ago.
I remember.
You don't remember shit.
All he
How
cares
relevant-
about is Fred Durst.
I bet you Fred Durst is a fucking agnostic.
How big was Limp Bizkit?
You have
How big-
absolutely
how
no
big is
fucking
Fred-
idea.
Rick, how
If
big
you had
is
said Fred
Durst?
Durst in 1999 to your grandmother, she
How
would have known
crazy is it?
exactly who the fuck
How
you were
crazy is
talking
it that
about.
we're talking about Limp Bizkit, and it all started with "You Gotta Have Faith." Really,
Holy shit!
Also, how totally weird is it that we're talking about Limp Bizkit and I want to die?
He can serve a piece of plywood right
Said
up my
everyone.
ass.
I was gonna give Taylor all the credit for wrapping it full circle and being like, you did cover that Michael song, and you just crushed Taylor with the fact that you want to die because we're talking
I
about.
didn't want to crush Taylor.
That was a profound statement that he made to wrap up that whole conversation, and you were like, just fucking kill me.
We're getting complaints because the comments aren't being read.
Okay, comments aren't being. I'm sorry. Let me jump into comments. So
There's two chats going
there's 2 chats going on. I'm gonna start burning through these.
Yeah, that's because Rick
Huh?
starts watch parties every time he's on.
No,
this
I'm
shit.
reading both. Okay, in the watch party, it says,
Not the watch party.
well, the watch party's got a lot of comments too.
He's yelling in the background.
Let's see.
Because I'm the only one on this show required to shut my fucking mic off.
I
every
want
time
you to
someone
know.
else
I
is
want you to
on.
know, as part of this, that I want you to know this is the most dysfunctional podcast ever.
Fuck you, Rob Marchi. I don't want to hear that shit ever
This
again.
is fucking. You are a dysfunctional
Ever
human
again.
being. Rick.
Ever again.
You are fucking dysfunctional. Accept it.
It's also the best you've ever heard.
Break stuff, Rick. Break
Let's see.
stuff.
Let's see.
You fucking-
Mike Pence is an extremist. That was a comment. I agree with that completely and fucking totally. Let's see. I don't have a real word for myself. I'm not spiritual. I always say I'm mostly agnostic because I saw proof of something I might believe. I just don't have anything to believe. Mike Pepe, praise to LRH. Merit. So what is it called when you don't believe and have no spirituality even? I think that's an atheist,
that's probably yeah.
right?
Definitely.
And don't spend your time trying to disprove everyone else. Well, here's the other thing. Atheists don't necessarily try to disprove everyone else. We're just perpetually challenged by people to disprove them.
Right.
I actually don't give a shit, and I'd be perfectly happy if the conversation never came up fucking literally ever.
I mean, you just shut the fuck up. Are you challenged, or is it just to kick your mouth shut?
Well, the thing is, atheists are much more inundated with religion at every fucking turn and constantly questioned than religious people.
Mhm.
And it, like this whole like war on Christmas and anti-religion, like that's not real. That's fucking nuts. Give me a break, okay? We're fucking listening to Christmas music and
Sorry, you just went muted all of a sudden.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, and then
Like, there's no anti-religious anything. It's the other way around. Like, if you're atheist, like, dude, I saw an article the other day that said, "Will the country ever elect an atheist president?" Like, that had to be a headline.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
crazy. That even has to be a headline.
And not our fault.
Questioned if it's possible. Like, if an atheist is ever fucking elected president, that's a fucking glass ceiling. Like, that's scary. That's a little fucking scary.
Right.
It's scary to think there probably was an atheist president that was too scared to say he was. Now, is that the fault of atheists or is that the fault of religious people? I would say it's
Definitely
the fault of
religious.
religious people.
And
I
here's
would
another
agree.
pro. So Blaze said in the comments in my watch party, said religion was used by the Spanish conquistadors to enslave the Aztecs, and the only book slave owners allowed the enslaved to read was the Bible.
Well,
Yes,
it was just their
yes.
favorite shit, I guess.
And they also in American slave systems they used the Bible to try to preach some sort of inherent kind of acknowledgement of slavery. They acknowledged in the Bible the use of slavery because they talked about Egyptian enslavement and then left Exodus out on purpose so that slaves would not think themselves to be the Moses of their time. And they would hold sermons, but they would hold sermons so that they could use the term slavery and say, look, it's in the Bible, it's an inherent thing, and they created a slave class where that was where you were at, because in the ancient world, that was it. And then eliminated the story of Exodus because they didn't want anybody to get the idea that slaves could remove themselves from that caste system.
Do you think the Aztecs looked at the Bible and was like, I can't read this shit. What the fuck are you giving me? Like,
Fuck
No,
off!
I
I
don't
got
think-
shit
I
to
don't
move.
I don't think that. You know why I don't think that? Because they were all fucking murdered. That's why. And by that time, they were already cross-culturalized, and the mestizo population had basically taken over in the Aztec world. The Spanish conquistadors had basically raped and pillaged their way into wiping out the Aztecs. And, a few, the bloodlines still existed, but they had created Mexicans by that time. And it was not, what I will tell you this is that in the Mayan culture, particularly around the Yucatan Peninsula, the Spanish conquistadors there took all of the Mayan relics and all of the Mayan holy books and threw them into churches and burned them in mass burnings and erased their religious history and replaced it with Catholicism. They replaced it with the whole idea of Catholicism, and they were forced to culturally assimilate into Spanish, rule. It's God, guns, and gold. That's basically it. There's a couple of really good books written on that, but yeah, they forced it. It was forced assimilation, forced religious assimilation.
It seems like it usually is. Let's.
Moret, I don't know if I'm saying the name right, in the comments said, I guess there's just a big wrong many atheists are doing being so militant about it. I'm probably what you're talking about when you're talking about a militant atheist. It's really hard to see people push aside critical thinking in a way where it's literally affecting the way people can now live, because it affects rules in institutions that atheists have to go to every day and just try to deal with. It's hard not to be angry when there are people that believe things that are provably false. How do you not become, instead of saying militantly atheist, sometimes I feel like that's sort of just a shittier way of saying militantly for the truth. I'm not saying the truth of God does not exist, but the truth of saying, hey, like, evolution is provable. Like these things are provable. You know, like this is not a living being yet. This is not, you know, whatever. Like these are provable things. It takes no faith to believe this. It's facts. And if that makes me militant, then I don't care, because then in my opinion, there's not enough people militant enough about the fact that critical thinking should be instilled in all of us militantly. Like if we were brought up to pick things apart, find their holes, fix their holes, or accept it as not fact, then think of how tremendously different this country would be. Think of how much less people. Think of how many less people would be dead from this fucking virus. Think of how different and more technologically advanced our civilization would be. We would be a spacefaring society. We would not be in an international space station just orbiting our planet. Okay, there would be so many more. Like people talk about aliens visiting Earth, and every time they talk about that, I laugh at them because I'm like, do you understand how technologically stupid we would look to a civilization that has the technology to cross those amounts of barriers in order to even reach us? We look like less than ants to someone with that capacity. It takes so much hubris to believe aliens give a shit what we're doing down here, because we are nothing compared to someone that would be able to travel those distances to even reach us to begin with and invent the machines needed to do so. It's just flat out ridiculous. And we could be people that achieve things like that if we just used the science we have and pushed to get that even further, instead of faith in things that there is no way to back. And in fact, all of the evidence points to the complete opposite of that being real. So yeah, I actually think there should be more people, more militant when it comes to this is provable, this isn't provable, let's work with this, let's move to the next thing. The fact that there are people working so hard to usher in another Dark Ages should terrify everybody, including the people that are actually fighting for it, because it will affect them poorly too sooner or later. If they're women, if they're, you know, of a certain color, like it's going to reach you sooner or later. So be careful what you're fighting for. If you can fight for something that doesn't need any proof, then you can make up anything and people believe it. And if you want evidence of that, look at our fucking president, because he stands there all day and makes shit up. People say, yes, that's right, that's true. And look where we are now.
I wouldn't say the atheists, at least the people I've come across, I wouldn't say any of them have been militant. I would say reactive, and justifiably reactive too. At least in American society, religion is everywhere you turn around. It's in every aspect of our society. And I think if I identified as an atheist, I would be pretty fucking annoyed, and I would be reactive to that. So I don't know if militant is even a word that I would use. And I mean, I personally, I wouldn't even say it in a negative context. I think it's good that you have your evidence and that you advocate for what's true and what you believe in. I mean,
you see it happening right now in this show. People ask questions, and Sarah and I both react.
Yeah,
we react because these are not new questions for us.
Yeah, I think militant is trying to paint atheists in a light that is negative, when for the most part I've not met an atheist who's been rude to me, or, you know, back when I was religious, or I've not seen an atheist who's looked down on people, or, you know, for the most part, I feel like atheists are just like, oh, this is what I believe, and fuck, you know, that's it. But I think, I mean, maybe my own personal experiences has like tainted my view of people who are extremely religious. I feel like they're the ones who are extremely militant in their beliefs. And I don't know. I don't think having a militant atheist is necessarily a bad thing. That's just me. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you
You're
very much. Merritt, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not saying that wrong. Merritt says, I don't have a real word for myself. I'm not spiritual. I always say I'm mostly agnostic because I saw proof of something I might believe. I just don't have anything there. You know,
Facts.
there's another part of the human condition that's really fucking scary, which is our mind's ability to cope with things in a certain way. And it pains me to have this talk because I see people who believe certain things because those things are their coping mechanisms for pains that are so big it could destroy their lives. And it actually worries me to take that even as an atheist. It actually kind of hurts me to take that away from them. Like, I know people who've lost other people in such horrendous, horrific ways that their only way of dealing with it is to believe things that aren't real. And it like, it affects me because that's when I kind of stop talking a lot of the time. Because I go, okay, you need this. Like they need it the way people in AA need religion sometimes, or they need to believe that they got to count the days they're sober, or they need to believe that the reason I think AA works to an extent is because some people need to believe a certain list of things in order to help themselves. But I also think that once you pass a certain threshold, you have to kind of start to cope with the reality of like, oh, well, this is who I am. This is what I do. And typically they don't do that. You know what I mean? I don't know where I'm going with this. It just
Don't you think at the end of the day that the problem with society in this day and age, and has been for quite some time actually, is that categorization and what I believe in and painting that on your forehead so that everybody knows it is part of the problem in society in general. Sure. Is that we always relate back to that whole high school mentality, that idea of what do you listen to, what do you wear, all of that shit. At the very core, American existence, along with the world in some cases, depending on what country you're
And by
from,
the way, Rick said Limp Bizkit when that question was asked.
with his Jenko jeans and his wallet chain, along with his fucking Vans and
You can have all those things and not like Limp Bizkit. God damn it.
I can't believe that Limp Bizkit has now become the cornerstone of truth in this conversation.
No, it's become the cornerstone of your existence, is what it's become. And
Rob March, I think you're projecting just a little bit.
I listened to them on the way home from work.
I'll bet you did, man.
I did. I listened to a Prof song, and then I went right into Limp Bizkit knowing I was going to join this podcast, so I had to be prepared for, I'm not a fan of the chocolate-covered starfish, though. I'm not
really either.
I'm a fan of the first album. I thought the first album was fucking dope. I saw him in '96. I saw him in '96 with Rammstein and Korn and Ice Cube, and my life was altered. And
rightfully died. His fame rightfully died, and it should have died, and it died for all the right reasons.
No, his fame died for one reason only. And I'm sorry, but I'm 100% right about this. This is what killed Limp Bizkit permanently.
Christina Aguilar?
Yes, 100%. Okay, listen. Here's why. I'm gonna tell you guys something. And if you're a Gen Zer and you're watching the show, I'm gonna tell you some fucking truth. This is what murdered Limp Bizkit. It wasn't the Chocolate Starfish, which was not a good album. Okay, it was Fred Durst making himself look like he was this anti-pop icon, which couldn't have been further from the fucking truth at the time. And then at the MTV Music Awards, when he showed up that night before the awards started, the host said, "Hey everybody, Fred is here." And everybody knew what that meant. You didn't even have to say Limp Bizkit or his last name. Everybody knew what it meant. That night,
Fred Willard?
That night, he did a performance with Christina Aguilera on stage, which was horrific and stupid. And when Eminem won an award that night, he walked past Fred Durst, and Fred Durst went like this to high-five him, and Eminem went like this and ducked him completely and didn't high-five him. And at the end of the night, the host said this: "Hey, everybody, it's been a great night. Fred Durst, high-five." And made fun of Fred Durst for his dissed high five by Eminem because of his. That was the end of Limp Bizkit. And for people who are in Gen Z, that's how much power MTV still had in
What-
1999.
Are you sure Eminem wasn't just doing a hip hop walk and missed him when he swayed out of the
Go
way?
back and
by
watch it.
accident?
Oh, I gotta read the comments.
Fred Durst produced a music video that had nothing to do with fucking Limp Bizkit, and at the end of the fucking video, I had to post a stupid fucking face.
I know.
He put his stupid fucking face in the video because he's a goddamn egomaniac and he had a giant fucking head. And everybody at that point was like, "Why are we listening to this?
I
fucking
know.
guy? This guy has too much control over our lives. We need to squash him."
Okay.
There's too
When
much
someone-
control.
okay.
He has too much control.
Moret says,
over our lives.
Moret asked, when someone quietly believes in a little magical thing in the sky to help them function, I don't mind it at all unless they try to tell me I need to do it as well. So that's sort of like the crux of what we've been talking about here, right? Like if something helps you and helps you get through the day, that's fine. It's when you start forcing it on people. And what bothers me about religion and politics is what it means is that you're trying to put people in power to enforce their belief structure on me.
Right. Fred Durst, same thing.
That's
Same
the
exact
problem. Andrew Slinger.
Oh.
It's more likely that aliens world make the Milky Way a preserve for the life on Earth the way humans do for gorillas. That's interesting.
But
That's
you
a
know
good
what's funny
point.
is
Go
like
ahead.
you're extrapolating almost too much because we do that for each other. Like that's what fucking reality TV is.
How? What do you mean?
I mean, we don't have to go to a zoo to look at the animals. We just turn on the TV to look at the animals, other humans. Like we were already doing that. You know what I mean? Like he's saying that aliens would look at us like basically gorillas in a zoo. And I just find it funny that we look at each other like fucking gorillas in a zoo.
Yeah.
I think if anything, we're more like a convenience store because we're right on the edge of the Milky Way, right? We got water, we have gold, and there's plenty of meat on the planet. People, animals, everything else.
Earth is 7-Eleven.
It's basically a convenience store for a quick stop and keep going.
Wow,
Yeah,
my mind
so
is
travel
melting about
probably.
this shit.
I mean, I'm
I'm
saying.
on the right drugs right now. This is
But it also
fucking another
depends
level,
quite a
man.
bit. But you don't know
Why would
what
they be
alien
interested
life
otherwise?
forms use for
Is-
sustenance.
Is this where you people go in private? Is
So-
this where
Well,
you're
you
like,
know,
is,
well, the thing is, like, but
is that where
but
Pat
you
sits?
don't-
Pat's in there. He's like, you know what? Earth's a fucking 7-Eleven, bro.
I mean, honestly, dude, I would think that's great if that's the case. But we wouldn't know there could be silicone-based life forms out there. The only reason we search for carbon-based life forms is because it's the only type of life that we have any experience with, and the only type that we can, easily imagine enough to search for. We understand what comes out and goes and needs to go in, but that doesn't mean that's the only type of life form that could possibly be out there. It's probably more likely that there's something else, silicone-based life forms out there somewhere.
I want to continue reading some more comments in my watch party. Madison says, God doesn't want to see us suffer. God allows us to have free will. God has done so much good in my life, but I've made many mistakes. In the end, God has helped me, even though I've suffered. So my only response to that is like whenever I see an athlete succeed dramatically, and the first thing they do is thank God, it bothers me that they take the credit away from themselves. That really bothers me.
That
Because
they
when
haven't
you
worked, like they put all that
That's
work
not-
into
they put all
building
that
their
work
body
in,
and getting
right?
their
Exactly,
agility.
That's not-
exactly. And
That's not,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
that's not selfless. Like that's not. It's
No.
not a self statement to say that.
Listen, man. There is nothing wrong with working
my
hard
question
and
is
saying
how-
that I worked hard for this
How
and
my
that I
question
earned
is,
this.
at the end
There's
of the
nothing wrong with
day,
recognizing that.
Is that so you make that statement and then Stones throws out that objective analysis of like, is it wrong for them to do that in a selfless manner? And my question is, at the end of the day, out of both of those sides, do those people really fucking believe that, or was that ingrained in their head that they were given that?
That's another
And,
issue.
Look,
that
my whole problem with Fred Durst is because he didn't fucking claim that it was
All
God.
right. Yeah, we're done with the joke. We get it.
Hey, so I want to address because Andrew just rebutted to Sarah's comment that silicon-based life is unlikely.
The point is that we look for carbon-based life because that's what we're most experienced with. It's the only thing we're experienced with, but it is not the only type of life that could exist, whether it's silicone-based or otherwise, is my point. So to assume that we would be the best food choices, which honestly Americans fucking wouldn't, because we're basically, what are we, like the Cheetos of humanity? Like, there's nothing good inside
Cheetos,
us.
though.
No,
Cheetos
they're
are good.
delicious. I mean, I'm sure, maybe to them we'd be delicious too, but
Yo,
certainly we're
amen,
not healthy.
amen, amen. Praise up the Cheetos. Praise up the Cheetos. And Chester for giving us that goodness.
I don't know what I missed, but I could totally agree with all of this.
Apparently, Cheetos are the new Fred Durst of 2020 and moving forward. Praise
Okay,
be
I
to
get that.
Praise be to Cheetos, word up, and all that good shit.
So there's sort of like
Also,
a big
there's
argument.
no evidence of silicone life based.
There's sort of a big argument going on about God here. Religion was you. Okay,
Oh,
I already
no.
read that. By the way, this chick talking looks like Rosario Dawson if Rosario Dawson was hot.
Rick, you were like 40 minutes behind on the goddamn comments.
Dude, I know. Well, you guys
That
keep
comment
talking,
was
man.
made when I first fucking came on.
Let's
we are
see.
already at the point. We are at the point where Cheetos-based life forms is what Keith
I
Blaze
know, I
Humlinger
keep
is
telling
talking
him to
about
go
right now.
forward back.
My
and
good friend
yes.
believes that Trump won the election. He's a radical and it's scary. Oh my God. I am really behind.
Oh,
Verbal
I
and
feel
social
you, bro.
media propaganda. The enemy is not using paper leaflets anymore. They're using social media and people are drinking the Kool-Aid. One thing that fucking crushed that like it's funny, but it's not funny.
Right.
Is when Giuliani talks about how did all this support come about? This is impossible. Where did these votes come from? I actually heard him say in his hour and 45-minute drivel, he said that how the hell did Biden even get all this support without even being in front of people? And that was alarming to me.
Well, doesn't
because
it
the
just show
internet,
you how fucking removed Rudy Giuliani is from understanding the role of media anymore? And
Right.
it's almost as if since 9/11, Giuliani has become more and more disconnected from what's
Reality?
transpired in terms of social. Well, that and from what progressed in terms of social media and media coverage. Like it's not. He doesn't get that what he says has turned. I don't think he understands it. He's become a fucking meme and a laughing stock.
he doesn't know what a meme is, and that's the problem.
Right. So to not understand how Joe Biden could not campaign at all and still have won the presidency.
Dude,
You
Joe
know, it's-
Biden coming out with a line of Animal Crossing objects that you could get was like the smartest fucking move I'd ever seen in terms of getting young people to vote and getting out into the minds of people. That is so much more effective than Trump drawing in his own audience and screaming into an echo chamber over and over again about how great he is. And that, again, that's really alarming because if we have people in government who don't understand the power of memes at this point, they gotta go, man. That is such an utter
I fully 100% believe that Biden would never have gotten a certain number of votes had he not been such a popular meme like years ago.
You mean when he was the vice president with the aviator glasses and all that shit?
Yeah,
and they
I fully believe that the power of that meme was part of the vote.
Can I
Well,
say
it's kinda-
something
Yeah.
controversial yet brave?
Can
All
you
right,
do
all right.
anything else, Christy?
Everybody brace yourselves. I gotta get a chair.
Do
I
me a
don't
favor.
think-
Could you not be brave or?
She's like, "What's your
controversial?
favorite Limp
Do
Bizkit
me a favor.
record?"
Can you just
Oh,
talk? Can you just
God.
talk about late '90s shitty bands? Can we just talk about that?
We could definitely do that, but I was like probably 6 or 7 years old at that time, so I wouldn't be much. I wouldn't be able to
Just
contribute.
brag away.
Rick's old as fuck.
Go ahead. I want to hear it. Let's go.
Joe Biden. The only reason why Joe Biden got so many votes is one, black women, and two, the majority of people who voted for him, people like me, saw just how close we were getting to a possible authoritarian government.
I had said
the other
Yeah.
day I was talking to Rick and I said the difference between if Bernie Sanders had been up in this election and Biden is that the people that would have voted for Sanders would have been voting because they were excited about a Sanders presidency. And the people who voted for Biden voted because they didn't want a Trump presidency.
This is the
And that
worst
is a
example
very
of the lesser
sad
of two evils.
difference.
That's what this is. Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
depressing fucking difference because that motherfucker is already building his cabinet full of fucking lobbyists and warmongers
Oh yes.
and like oil fucking like the people that I say this all the time, the people that are like, we're gonna push Biden left, I want to like vomit in their mouths to make them shut up. Like, yeah, this fucking
Yeah.
decades and decades and decades of proof that there's no fucking way you're gonna do that is not enough to show you that it's just your way of making yourself feel better because you just voted for nothing. There's
Isn't
nothing.
it sad?
Yeah.
Isn't it sad that we had, that we had a president that pulled everybody so far to an extreme that we had to settle to vote for somebody who is a right-wing Democrat
Right.
to get back
dude,
to
but
square
the painful
one, to
part
go,
is
we
how
had to
many
go back.
people I hear all the time go, "You're voting for a leftist extremist."
Yeah,
And I'm
you're
like,
you're
dude, let me
literally
tell you
voting
something.
for
This
them.
guy's a
brainwashed.
centrist, Democrat, Republican, love
even-
the
you voted-
extreme left.
You quite literally voted for a Republican. You
An
that's
actual
how far
Republican.
that's how far the right wing people have gotten, that
Yeah.
they have now they have gone against that. Like, their extremist idea is literally what Republicans were 25 years ago, and that's how far it's gone. I mean, you just voted George W. Bush in.
Yeah.
You just
Pretty
voted,
much.
You just voted George, but
Yeah.
you just voted George W. Bush in. You didn't vote Reagan in.
So let me
Right,
ask you
because-
guys something then. Is this how we witness? So people always talk about how back in the day Democrats did this and Republicans did that, and recently we talked about how years ago those parties changed platforms. Are
Sure.
we seeing the parties begin to either change platforms or develop new platforms? Because last show, I think I started things off by saying that, the only reason I voted for Joe Biden was because of how badly I want Trump to lose. Because Trump's shit could not continue, right? But at the same time, we're not better or fixed because Joe Biden is president. We have a new fucking problem here. And I also think that most people I know who vote Democrat are not actually Democrat, they're progressives. And they think the Democratic Party are progressives too, but they're Nancy Pelosi is not a fucking progressive. None of those fucking people
I think
are.
that people need to stop. I think people as a whole need to stop referring to themselves as Democrats and Republicans, because you know how many Republicans I know are liberal, and you can't say they're liberal because that automatically assumes that they are Democrats, and that goes against their ideals. But I also know incredible Democrats that are fiscally responsibly conservative about things, and they raise their kids conservative, but they are liberal about everything else people do. The crossover is just obnoxious. The assumption that you need to be a Democrat or a Republican is man-made. That's a man-made fucking construct that you need to follow a party, because the party is just stupid. It's fucking stupid. That's Carlin's illusion of choice rant, right? That's what he's always, that idea of having that is just ridiculous. That you could have a crossover president. And a crossover president would probably get things done a lot better if you don't have to call them an independent. You have to call them something new.
Can I just say that? I'm sorry, Mike Pepe in the chat just said, I'm sorry, I'm getting yelled at for reading old comments. But Mike Pepe said, we need new young blood in the political scene that aren't in either party. And to be honest with you, bro, that's kind of what I'm talking about. I think out of 22 candidates that were progressives that won in this previous election, 19 of them were 19 out of 22 progressives won. And to me, a progressive is not a fucking Democrat. And there's proof of that because the Democrats recently attacked the progressives in their own party for being too far to the fucking left.
It pulls them outside the box. It pulls them outside the box of things that they don't want to talk about. Things that seem, because at the end of the day, it just shows you, if you really look at it, that all of the parties You know, all of the parties that put up, or I shouldn't say, both of the parties, I should say. At the end of the day, they're both tied into the same shit. It's all bullshit because at the end of the day, it's going to be the same bullshit. Like, I'm tired of hearing people that are like, "Well, Biden's going to come in and all of this shit's going to happen," and you're like, "No, it's fucking not. It's going to stay business as usual. Literally, nothing has changed under a Trump presidency for anybody.
Biden's already hiring fucking warmongers and shit.
People. When Trump got elected, the people that I watched say, "Oh, well, the economy's doing so much better under Trump," and I'm like, "Did your paycheck increase?" And it was like dead silence. And if they said yes, they're full of shit. There's no fucking way. You didn't get a humongous increase in your wages because Donald Trump was the president. That's just a cop-out for you to justify your voting. And that's how ridiculous it is. That you can't make a comment like that without somebody going, "Oh, well, then you just hate Trump. You must be a fucking liberal Democrat." And you're like, "No, dude, I just understand that they both serve no purpose to you at all. They have no purpose
it sounds like the same conversation we had with people 4 years ago. And I don't know if you guys can relate, but like when I was like, "Man, fuck Donald Trump," people were like, "Oh, so you voted for Hillary?" And I was like, "No, I didn't vote for Hillary either." And it bothers me that that's the fucking assumption. It bothers me that everybody thinks it's got to be one or the fucking other like that.
We need to get Mike Pepe on the show. I met Mike.
Okay.
I met Mike P. about Mike. You're in the chat. How long ago did we meet? It had to be about 15 years ago. Maybe 15, 16 years ago. I met him while I was bartending on the boardwalk. And Mike is a fucking comedian. And he is fucking hysterical.
Awesome.
He sat at the fucking bar with us and we watched people. All we do is people watch all night for like from like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night till about like 1 in the morning, right?
Taylor, do you know him? Do you know Mike Pepe?
I know the name. Yeah, it sounds familiar. Yeah.
And we fucking just ripped on people because it was all that fist pumping fucking club night shit, you know, like the people that showed up in the lines was Jersey Shore bullshit. And he's got fucking lines for days. We got to get him on the show because he's fucking amazing.
I absolutely cannot wait to have all of you back here again, by the way.
He's a lovable fucking character, this guy, dude.
Kristen, Taylor, everybody, man, that's on the show. I cannot wait till you guys can actually be here again.
Likewise.
I miss the absolute fuck out of you people, man. Like you know, and like I start wrapping up. What?
If I'm post-COVID and I have 3 months of antibodies, am I allowed in?
Absolutely no. Absolutely under no circumstances. No. There's not enough known Stones.
I'm making a statement. I'm making a statement on record that I will refuse to show up in your apartment if Stones is ever present in your. I would trade Stones 25 times over to have Pat back on the show. I would actually give Stones COVID to have Pat back on the show. I don't mean that, Stones. I love you to death. I'd kiss your face right now. I wouldn't kiss you on the face like I would.
Do you have any idea how many times I was sitting at the bar and I looked over and I saw Stones' hand creeping up Marchie's thigh? It's super weird because I have to just pretend I don't see it.
Hey, Pat. Is Pat here?
Yeah, he's sitting there. Like, remember last show when you were like, "Man, he needs a smoking jacket."
You know what she just said? That's impossible because Pat sat next to me every time, and I really when Pat wasn't next to me,
like you never noticed Stones' abnormally long arms and fingers. Don't act like you just were blind to it. Like, oh, that passed me by. But now that you bring it up, they are kind of long.
Oh shit.
That shit went around the outside of the bar so no one would notice and up the back.
So hey, I can't even talk. I wanted to make a statement and now I can't talk. I'm picturing that in my head and it's creeping me the fuck out.
I know, it was creepy.
Like, I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night from a dream where it's just Stones looking at me with one eye open, just fucking, "Hey, you feel me on your back?"
And he's coughing.
So we watched, well, my boy watched the whole thing, but I watched part of Lovecraft County. Have you guys seen that shit?
We watched
Lovecraft Country,
We watched the first episode.
Yo, that shit is fucking nuts. And I can't figure out whether I love or hate Jordan Peele. I really, at this point, don't know whether or not he's getting way too much credit for being a genius, or his shit is just so fucking far out there that it's just obnoxious.
Then you know damn well he's already doing his job.
I can't tell whether he's another M. Night Shyamalan, though. Like, I don't know whether or not he's actually a good director and producer, or he is just trying too hard to stroke the fucking racial shit. Like, I don't know what he's doing. And that show is fucking weird. It's just weird, man. Like, you guys watched one episode of it?
Yeah.
I watched the whole series. It was amazing.
Bro,
I loved it.
There's parts where you're just like,
it's bizarre as fuck. Yeah.
When the chick drifts off into that like alternate reality, and the girl with the afro comes out, and she's stuck in that room going nuts, and then she like transfers in time to like, you're like, what am I fucking watching? Like, I didn't know whether I was wasting my time or I was going to find a new meaning to life at the end of the fucking series. Like,
good, then it's doing what it's got to do, man. It's some Twin Peaks sounding shit,
no,
dude.
Fuck you. No, this was shit where like I walked away and was like,
people's skin melting off and like weird. It's wild.
Yeah, because a lot of it, like, historically is accurate. Like, the shit about the racial stuff that they're doing because it's based out of the 1950s. So it's all, like, true to life about what's going on. But then it takes this, like, existential crisis shit and, like, just throws it at the wall. And you're like, what the fuck is happening right now, man? Like, I could understand Get Out, and I could understand the movies he's produced and the things that are happening in those films as horrors and thrillers, but this shit's on another level of like, what the fuck is them? Wow. You're like, did you enjoy it at least?
I loved it. Yeah, I hope they do more. It was so super weird, but great. Like, really well done, I thought.
I think there's things where like you have to watch it a couple of times to like get what. I mean, I feel that way about Westworld. Like, I love Westworld, but like, you have to rewatch episodes and be like, what did I miss here? Because there's just too many storylines and things overlapping where it's crazy.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about that in a while on this show, huh? We haven't really, since the quarantine, we haven't really been able. I have to say, now that the election's over. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Yeah, sure. Of course. So the election's over. You got another fucking clown in the office, and that's the fucking end of it. Right. So, but now that the election's over, and we were solely focused on that for a good 11 episodes, of this, where not solely focused on it. We were focused on the politics of the quarantine and all the shit going on, but like we kind of lost our niche here into the pop culture aspect of what we've discussed on the show before, and the liveliness that wasn't so. We've had a lot of downtrodden kind of.
I said earlier that if you go back and you watch the first quarantine episode of Awesome Talk, it's bizarre. It's really weird because it's the middle of March. And everybody has this idea about what's going to happen. And then the next fucking 9 months unfolded. And it was just, it really sincerely has been one horrible thing after the next. And even now we're dealing with it. Like we opened the show.
Bringing it right back to what the fuck Rob Marchi said. It's nice to get away from it.
It is nice to get away from it. But the problem is that it's dictating so much of our lives right now.
But Rob Marchi is trying to tell us that we don't have to live that way.
We don't have to. I'm tired of dwelling on it. Like, I'm tired of it now. Like, it's a lot of people. I mean, this is really starting to affect me now. I mean, Rick and I have both been. I'll speak for Rick on this. This is 9 months away from our office. We haven't been on a campus where we have a job. Our job gets done from something that, luckily, because we have this interface that we do this on a daily basis, and we've both been recording, we've done shit in the past, that this is easy for us to make our jobs work from a teaching perspective. But the act of actually getting up and going to work and having a place to go to work and feel like I'm doing something
but I disagree with you on that, Rob. I disagree with you, man. Let me tell you something, dude. Like I disagree with you because So like this is important because this is a big conversation right now about education and business and the future of everything, dude. And I think that some people, go ahead, Stones. I'm sorry.
I set Stones off because he knows that he goes to work
the grass is greener. Because I'll tell you, Rob, a week and a half ago when I'm working at someone's house and I'm down in the basement, and I get to hear the revelation that the family's been exposed to COVID, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh shit, I've been in their house all fucking day." I don't think it's a great thing when I have to get.
No, but I'm not talking about that, Stones. I wasn't meaning to offend people that still have to go to work and stuff like that. I'm saying that.
I'm saying to you that the whole missing part of getting up and going someplace and all that routine and all that shit is not worth the nightmare scenario.
Oh, no, I agree.
But there's something else to this too, man.
He's saying that missing work is just a nostalgia thing.
No, and I think that there's some truth to that. I think it's the same thing as taking your kids out trick or treating right now, for Halloween. It's not for the kids, it's for the fucking parents because they have the fucking nostalgia they need to be connected to. For me, and I feel like I've been saying this for a long time. It's not just education that's going to go in this direction, regardless of coronavirus. It's fucking everything is going to go in this direction sooner or later.
Yeah.
So, and that includes business. Like today, I was thinking about. I used to know there used to be a store in Red Bank, and the reason the guy closed, and it was like a small business
Are you referring to remote? Like everything's going to be remote? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. But here's the thing that I want you to think about, and this is what I want everybody to think about. Remote is not perfect by any means. We have our problems with it. But our problems 9 months later are way different than they were 9 months ago. And 9 months from now, they're going to be way better than they were now. And when you go 5 years into the future, we're talking about a lot of different mixed media and all kinds of things. Education has already been changing for the last 10 to 15 years fucking-matically. Regardless of what you and I do, what you and I believe, or where you and I are. And this is what I mean. How many people have learned how to do complex things off of YouTube? How many people have watched a YouTube tutorial, and because of that YouTube tutorial, they bought they paid somebody to teach them how to do something? How many people go to Hell's Kitchen or Kitchen Nightmares, right? And they get on that show just so Chef Ramsay can call them a stupid donkey for 15 fucking weeks, right? It's not because they get to be on TV. It's because they get access and acceptance to such a high masterclass of education that even if they finish 10th, they're going to have a career for the rest of their lives that's going to get them more than you and I get. And I feel like a lot of things in terms of not just education, but also business are going to dramatically shift to a mixed media world where we don't have to get up at 8 o'clock or 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning and go to jobs anymore necessarily. And I feel like generations that are older than us are angry about it. They're jealous about it. And what's happening now was the inevitable future, and I used to talk about it all the time. I used to say, we don't need to do this from here. There's a million tools at our fingertips that put us right in the same world. And it's not just the way we're doing it now. But if you take a 360-degree camera and you film a class and somebody puts on the right glasses or headset, they're directly in a fucking classroom. What does that look like in 5 years? In 5 years, that's contact lenses that you put in. That's earpieces that people already wear earpieces. They wear earbuds 24/7 sometimes. And I feel like all that shit is going to change. And I think, and I might be wrong and it's fine if I am, but I think that those of us who are more willing to embrace the fact that we don't need brick and mortar buildings as much as we used to are going to put themselves ahead of the curve when it comes to all of this, whether it's business or education. And there's a Irish store I used to go to in Red Bank years and years ago, and they closed down, and people acted like it was sad. It wasn't sad. The owner told me himself, he said, the reason why we're closing the store is because our online sales have far exceeded what we do with people in person. And it costs me less money to take this entire store and store it in my garage and open up stores all over the internet. He goes, I'm making 10 times more money that way. And I think that that's the future obviously some things can't go that way. Not yet. But even if we talk about somebody who's learning how to become a surgeon, right? Well, virtual reality is not perfect by any means, but it's fucking good already. So let's go 10 years ahead of time. Virtual reality is now a full suit. It's now hands, where if you touch something that's not there, you can actually feel it. It's you actually performing a surgery on someone who is alive but can't die, right? So I think that right now, whether we have coronavirus or not, this is a future that we need to prepare ourselves for, because I think that the fucking world wants it this way. Even though we meet people all the time who say they actually don't. That's not true. All those people go to YouTube all the time to go, how do I bake an apple pie? How do I change the oil in my car? How do I fix my PlayStation 4 because it's making this sound? Right? So I think that we've got to start evolving with the nature of the beast and the nature of humanity and the nature of progress to stay ahead of the curve, because those things are going to come whether we have coronavirus or not. And that is just my opinion.
They used to, trades used to be a coveted thing. You wouldn't give out trade secrets to the general public because you were guarding them as secrets to be able to profit from them. Now everything's on the table. The only thing that you as an individual have to bring to the table as a skill is the repetitive motions that make you faster and more agile in that field to accomplish things quicker. Currently, right now, something that I've never done in my life, I'm learning how to code because I've gotten into micro switching and automation.
Can I interject for just a second?
Sure.
I just want to say that I agree with everything that you're saying, and you're 100% right. And what you're talking about are things that have one way of being done. You're talking about mathematical equations that are proven that if you learn them, you get to do things that are important and that are good. I teach English. Rob teaches history. So both of us are also deeply immersed in concepts. And I feel like that there's an era emerging, again, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I feel like that there's an era emerging where we are going to develop a bigger opportunity and a more visceral opportunity to explain those concepts in a virtual world. If I taught a 360-degree class where I could do literally anything that I wanted, if I talked about words, I would snap my fingers and those words would appear in the air. Everyone would see how they're spelled. The definition would appear in front of me. And I could walk around and talk about that word, and that word will hover in the air in front of me. Then I could teach literature, and I could teach Shakespeare, and I could snap my fingers, and everybody in my classroom who's got the glasses, the contact lenses, will fall onto a stage and watch Hamlet happen around them. So, conceptually speaking, even, there's so much that's coming in the future that we could be a part of, but I think we have to embrace it and start accepting that that's going to happen sooner or later. And as far as what you're talking about, Stones, a lot of the things that even need that hands-on work, I think we're getting to a place within 10 years where we can do those things on a hologram in front of us with the right virtual reality gloves and learn those things without even having to interact with another human being anywhere.
I think the
and it's not bad.
The commerce thing of it, the end of it is going to come down to what are you going to devote your time to become more efficient at whatever you're doing. I think that's the commercial end of it. And I think that we're going to have a big financial retraction in the meantime until we figure something else out because of that. And that's the failure end of what you're talking about. That's the fault line of what you're talking about.
It depends on when you're looking at it. Is it
so
a
now
failure?
Everybody wants to be friends with the millennials for the change.
No. Not millennials. Not millennials. Gen Zers. I'm sorry, but I love millennials, and I think millennials are more capable than they get credit for, and I defend them all the time.
They get shitted on so much.
You get shitted on an unbelievably unfair amount. But I will also say that my experience with Generation Z.
The way that did you ever see a situation where like someone was cheating on someone else and then another person told them and the person being cheated on gets pissed off at the person that told them? That's what millennials are. Like millennials got the fucking shitty pollution problems. Like you can't have kids with any ability to have security in the idea that they will have a planet to grow up in. You can't you can't be sure of that anymore. Like, and people are just pissed off at you guys for pointing it out. Like, you guys just like, fuck you guys for bringing to our attention the fact that we fucked up everything. And I don't mean we, because it wasn't us. It was our parents. The fucking baby boomers ruined the fucking
boomers.
planet. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, and we were too close of a generation to actually tell them that they're fucking shit up because they're like, no, shut up, you're a child.
Yeah, exactly.
Gen Z is gonna save the world. I'm convinced, though.
I mean,
They
it'd be
already-
nice.
I hope. I mean, they're already doing it through TikTok and calling all of the election. Did you hear about that? The Trump fraud election hotline was like filled with a bunch of Gen Z kids like leaving funny messages like haha, fuck you. They actually had to shut it down because they were getting so
What?
many prank calls.
It's ridiculous. Whatever. It's disgusting. Yeah, dude. Did you think about like if social media and communication keeps evolving in the way that it currently is, when it comes to the fact that we are now kind of more like people, we talk in pictures now. Younger people don't make eye contact because they grew up text messaging to communicate. There's so many differences in communication between generations at this point. And if it continues in that way, where we communicate in pictures, we communicate with things like Instagram instead of things like LiveJournal, where we're writing out fucking stories. Instead, we're snapping pictures, and that's the story for an entire generation. Then if education doesn't progress a little faster than it is, it's going to be left behind even faster than it currently is. Because younger generations are learning more visually because it's coming at them that way. Everywhere you look is that. Now there's less reading and more looking. And like, so if we don't evolve education, be more than someone standing in the front of a room and talking and handing them a book and telling them read these chapters, then, and you don't have that level of being an actor or an actress that you need to grab a room full of people and keep them engaged for an hour or 2 or 3 hours, then education will be gone. And that's just the truth of it. And the people that fight the hardest against it, unfortunately, once again, are the baby boomer generation of teachers and professors, and the generation that's older than the baby boomers. They fight their ass off.
Alive?
Yes, and they have tenure. Yes.
Oh.
So that's a problem. Like,
Oh, God.
you know, fight against virtual reality in the classroom. They don't want there to be phones, you know, even though there's great reasons for them in education. All of these things, you got to evolve education to how people learn at the time, or else they're not going to learn anything in your schools.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. It's a stupid example.
I think millennials got the short end of that stick for sure. That they were in that transition period where, like, you know, technology was rejected in the millennial generation for sure.
Andrew Slinger said education is not keeping up with advancements in tech. And not only are they not keeping up, they're sadly behind even tech that's already behind.
Right.
You know, that's scary. It's scary because it shows how little interest and emphasis is actually placed on the value of learning and education in this country.
And the
one might
future
say
of
it-
education. The problem too is that education, like a lot of things that are American, has become it has become emotional and nostalgic. Well, if we don't put people in a room together in desks in rooms that look like they should have hospital beds in them, with somebody in the front screen, telling them what to do, then it's not a class. And it's like that's just not reality, man. Like, the nature of everything is beginning to shift. And like I said before, there are some things that, yes, they do require that level of in-person attention. And I think we can make reasonable decisions about what those things are. But I don't think it's going to be necessary within the next 5 to 10 years. And not necessary, but it's not going to be like a Skype thing. It's going to be way more in-depth and personal than that. The lack of what's personal in a virtual meeting like this is going to be remedied. They're going to figure that out because there's a race to that. Everybody is racing to how do you bring the outside world into your home. And I always tell people, if you want to fucking put your money in stocks that matter, find companies that are investing in anything that has to do with education in augmented reality or virtual reality, because that is where the future is really is. So that's just my dumbass opinion. It's my dumbass opinion.
That would require. Sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
Mike said that has a lot to do with budgetary restrictions. Mike, I understand that implementing some of these things certainly relates to budgetary restrictions, but other than that, I'm sorry, I see that you're replying to Andrew. I didn't notice that at first, but other than budgetary restrictions, if you happen to be talking about implementing some of these changes, is that there is also restrictions in imagination in education outside of budget, because quite frankly, I've seen schools do things that weren't necessary, that cost thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars, that could have been implemented in such a wiser way and get them more technologically advanced of almost any other fucking school around them, and they chose to do something else instead. The lack of imagination is kind of the bigger problem in education, in my opinion. The lack of innovation, the lack of shining a light on the people who say, I have an idea to make this better. Why don't we seek out people who can make that a reality?
Can I comment on that?
Like build it. Places of education should be the pillars of innovation in our society. It should be where people look to for what comes next, not just what's already been there forever. And it's not. We don't think about education that way anymore. We don't even think about colleges as being a place that you would go to enrich anything. And it's not because the knowledge isn't the same. It's that people feel that they can get it in a way that pulls them in much more. And that is, more than anybody else, the college's fault, the people that run the departments and the people that run the schools in a lot of ways, because they have to want that to be a change that happens in order for that to progress. You have to push for things in that direction in order for anyone to start focusing on changing things in that way. Even our medical care in this country is so far behind the times technologically, and you don't see pushes for that to change radically either. We think that we're so advanced. We're not at all.
Part of that is. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go.
I was going to say a big part of that, I think, is budget, but I also think it's a reason why people didn't vote for Bernie Sanders in the primary election, because there's this big thing, this big fear. I don't know where. I think it comes from probably the 80s and the Red Scare, but people associate things that are universally good and expensive as socialism. And I think, to me, it doesn't make sense why you wouldn't want to have free access to education for everyone, or free access to healthcare, good healthcare for everyone. I think the big pushback on that is because there's this huge fear that that's a socialist and we're going to ruin the country and blah, 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 blah. And that's a big barrier that I don't think anyone has been able to successfully address. Bernie Sanders did a good job of it, but he did a good job of people who agreed with him. But I don't think, unfortunately, he was able to convert those people who feel that strongly about it.
Well, because Kristen, at the end of the day, it's and when you have a democracy that claims patriotism and nationalism and all this love for its people, and yet you still have it intertwined with a incredibly ingrained capitalistic society, the competition factor comes into play. And when you have, quote unquote, lifted yourself up by your bootstraps and worked for everything that you have, patriotism goes out the window. Worrying about people that live, humanitarianism, I should say, goes out the window when you interject capitalism into your democracy. So the combination of being democratic but also having capitalistic foundations has what it's done is it's inflated the necessity of competition and deflated humanity, because now it's I've got what I've got and fuck you, and if you want it you can get it too, you just got to work your ass off for it, and it doesn't matter whether you're disabled, it doesn't matter whether you have anything restricted, it doesn't, the underlying issues of race, ethnography, all of that stuff, all of that shit goes out the window, because America's America and the tools are there for you to do it, disregarding people's individual struggles. And rather than have empathy or compassion for that, it's fuck you, you can do it if I did it. And that's not showing that you understand everybody else's plight. And that's the downfall of capitalism, right? So if people have accepted that and they refuse to become aware of all of the other problems that exist because of it, objectively, not denying that capitalism is, because in some cases capitalism is a great thing if constructed the right way, right? And socialism is the extremity opposite of what we look at in terms of capitalism. But we have socialistic programs in our country that people completely disregard as, no, that's not socialism the way that I know it. And that just shows how ignorant people are about what socialism is. The same people that categorize, like you said with the Red Scare, socialistic programming or democratic socialistic programming, which is what Bernie has consistently labeled himself as. People just hear socialism and automatically think dictatorial communist. And that is, again, we just had a conversation with about this in my class this morning about this, is that like politics is a generational fucking problem. Those are both post-World War anomalies about generations of people who were born in the 1920s and people who were born and grew up in the 1950s, because their parents were sold the propaganda that people in communistic countries were coming in to take your shit and to fucking flip your democratic government. So anytime they hear that shit, they think Russia in the 1960s. They think all of the different countries that affected communism and imperialism in the 1910s and the 1920s. They're not thinking about how socialistic their programming in their own democratic country is, because they're only worried about class competition. They're only worried about keeping up with the Joneses and what kind of fucking fencing or what kind of house they live in or what kind of car they drive. And that's all a matter of, well, I worked for it and I own it and you're not going to take that shit away from me. Socialism does not mean we're going to jump to this model of same life. It's not that extreme, but because it's been ingrained generationally on how people interpret these countries, making that progress and getting people to understand those type of governments versus those kind of economic standards is a very difficult thing. It's very hard to make people knowledgeable about what all of that, because all of those exist on spectrums. All of those concepts exist on spectrums.
On a reflective note on that, I believe in the idea of supply side economics, which is another term for trickle down economics. I do believe in it. I've seen it happen with LED lights. I saw it happen with renewable energy. I saw it happen with quite a few industries. But the problem that I see now with renewable energy is that when we as a culture decide that there's a technology out there that is more valuable, right, for us to impart on, what happens is that governments initially fund the programs in order to make it so that the mass scale of it, so that the tooling can get paid off, the R&D can get paid off. But what's the bastardization of it now that I don't think a lot of people recognize is that the governments bring it down to where the masses can get a hold of these things, but they also keep their hands on it. And now we're in a situation with supply side economics where our government is now picking winners and losers. So it's really, that's, to me, that's the end of it. That's we talk about how they're going to come in and take our shit, they're coming in and taking our shit now. That's what's happening now. Whether it's a slow burn or not, that's what's going on. That's what I feel. And my best example of that is I got a free solar system. I took a solar system off a dude's house, completely free of charge, had all the equipment.
I heard solar system, and I was thinking solar power.
Well, I'm just saying, I got a free system, completely free of charge. It would have been up to code. I got all the parts for nothing. It still would have cost me, in order to put it up, it still would have cost me 10 years payoff in order for the thing to pay for itself without any government subsidies. So the government keeps their hands on it just enough to where they control and they pick the winners and losers now. So to think that this whole socialism idea, if they're coming for our shit, they already are coming for our shit. That's the way it fucking is now.
Yeah.
It's
People
disgusting.
don't see it that way, though. They really don't. They think it's like this big evil thing, and like, sorry, that's my boyfriend. Big government's coming in to like take all their stuff. Like I was talking to someone the other day, and like it was insane. They were like, the vaccine can't be free for the coronavirus. That's socialism. And that doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's like, what?
Socialism didn't. I had someone text me this morning to tell me that they were in an argument with somebody on Facebook because they referred to us treating the coronavirus or looking for a vaccine for the coronavirus was us playing God, and I had to respond to tell Benjamin Rush that when he cured smallpox, and tell the two originators of the polio vaccine that created the polio vaccine that they were playing God. Because I'll tell you what, if you thought populations are dying now, you know how many people fucking died between those two epidemics and pandemics, where if they were playing God, then so fucking be it. Like, they saved.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we gonna fucking? We're gonna take things to a finite level that way, where we're like,
Here's an interesting tidbit of information.
yeah, we're playing fucking God. That's what it is.
Tell Patrick Tylenol that people are gonna have headaches.
Right.
The reason why Microsoft created hacker culture, and I didn't know this, but I learned this like a couple weeks ago. The reason why hacker culture was created, all the software engineers back in the day, they were all working towards a common goal for a greater good for humanity and wanted to open source. And then Microsoft came along, Bill Gates came along and created an operating system where he wanted to capitalize on it and keep it all internal and keep it all for himself, which created hackers. And all the hackers attacked him because they were like, oh, you think you could do it better than us? And they wanted to fucking, tear him down throughout the whole process. I mean, how fucking insane
Stones, would
that?
you call them hackers?
Yes.
Is that what you call them? Hackers? Yeah? No? Okay.
Love it.
I'm gonna
Microsoft ever existed, though. Like,
I'm gonna look at some comments here. Oh my god!
I gotta tell you, I have thoroughly enjoyed watching Pat's face during all of the responses. Pat has the worst. Pat has had the worst fucking poker face at all at any of these responses. Like he sits there and people say shit, and he's like, it's like watching Andrew Dice Clay. If Andrew Dice Clay was getting offended by something,
It's like watching a background.
Exactly.
What are you fucking? This fucking asshole over here. What is this fucking shit?
Let's see. Humans are water balloons.
That's
We won't be
true.
efficient compared to AI. Agreed. Team Millennial. Team Xennial. Xennial is a thing. I'm sorry, man. It absolutely is a thing. It's a bizarre middle generation, and I'm a part of it. Xennials, for people who don't know, that's like people who remember what it's like when a phone was just a thing that hung up on the wall in the kitchen, and also that a phone is a thing where you can look at your own asshole on the top of your head at the same time.
RCA being a company.
Marais says, I miss LiveJournal. Mike Pepe says, the Gen Z guys that work for
Read the comments from front to back so that we were still on topic.
front to back.
Like 45 minutes ago.
Jesus, man, I gotta go. I didn't even realize it was that crazy. I didn't realize it was going off that bad.
Well, that's because you're not paying attention. You're not being a
I'm paying attention. Let's see. Eventually,
Par for the course, Sarah. Don't fucking get on him. It's par for the course with him with this shit.
Get on him. Get on him.
how
get on
far
him.
back do I? Holy
I'm
shit!
starting to think Rick's actually a boomer.
Why? Because I seem so confused.
How do I work this fucking thing? How do I slide up and down the chat?
Yeah, I can make all this work, but I can't do this.
All the people are talking over here with the chats. What do we got going on here?
Most of the
Last
seats
big
the
truck.
Democratic Party lost were neoliberals. Push for progressive candidates in 2022 and midterm elections. Agreed. Bedazzled from head to toe. I'm not sure what that's about. We all want better
Talking
cell
about
phones.
People on the boardwalk. The
Okay.
Jersey Shortcast bedazzled.
We all want better cell phones that makes improvements in AI a given. AI will eventually do almost everything thousands of times better than humans. I had an argument with, not an argument, but a discussion with somebody recently where I had said that human beings are destined to create something better than themselves. And then when they do we make ourselves obsolete? And the chances are it's highly likely. We will make something smarter than us, faster than us, stronger than us, and that it can't die.
It already
So I can
happened.
get an Iron Man
Yeah,
suit,
and
man.
that's
all I
already
want.
happened. Like,
It already happened already.
Yep, it did
Yeah.
already happen. And not
Yeah,
only that, like he said, the first person who creates AI, I can't see the comment anymore, but I think it was Andrew who was talking about the first person who creates an AI like that is going to be like the richest person in basically ever.
Totally.
And the sad part is, Andrew, there's a reasonably good chance that's going to be Google that creates that AI, which, you know, is a little worrying, I think, probably.
Let's see here. I get yelled at for criticism of trick-or-treating. Yeah, a lot of us did. I don't think trick-or-treating is a good idea in a fucking pandemic. And I think that a lot of people didn't do it because their kids need it. It's because they need it. Because nostalgia wins often. And it justifies a lot of shit that's not justifiable. Work will be a thing of the past, Andrew says, for more and more people as AI improves to the point where AI performs human duties. And I think that's absolutely true. And we've got to start thinking what that means in terms of money, because money is also a fucking old and outdated feeling idea at this point. I feel like if you educated everybody in your country and you took care of them medically, you would have a strong country that wouldn't overpopulate and all kinds of shit. And all those people should have access to certain things, in my opinion. It's my belief that within 5 to 10 years, the internet will actually be free to everyone because of this reason. Literally, this is some Ghost in the Shell stuff. Yeah. Also, did want to know what the red lipstick was. It's an amazing color, Sarah.
I told her.
Oh, told her. Okay. Let's see.
You're like 3 hours behind.
I'm trying, dude. I got 7 people on this show all talking at once, and I gotta fucking read this.
By the way, you're,
Like I'm the asshole.
and you're still reading from back to front, so we're.
I'm not reading back to front.
You sound like Ray Liotta in Goodfellas.
Yeah.
I came home for this.
I came up for this.
Karen, for this.
Let's see here. Humans.
It's a human right. Yeah, it should be that way everywhere. And
This pandemic has really emphasized the fact that there's a level of entitlement to access. Like, you know, they're saying, well, every kid is going to stay home and they're going to learn at home. Okay, well, not every kid has a computer, and a lot of them don't have the internet. It should be a human right. I'm happy that you live in a place where that isn't a concern. Unfortunately, over here, that was a big concern, at least to the people who were affected by it.
Capitalism is nearing the end of its ability to function on Earth. The first person who has even a somewhat general AI or even certain narrow AIs will own 99% of the Earth's wealth and resources within a year if we use capitalism. Capitalism's problem is that it inevitably becomes some sort of dictatorship. There's no other fucking way around it. It's not fair forever. It can't be. Your best look at how capitalism works in its simplest form, in my opinion, is to play the game Monopoly. Everybody starts fair, Everybody starts in the same fucking level in the beginning, but at the end, somebody is dominating the board and fucking you out all your money for your properties. And then if you don't put everything back in the box, somebody just dominates everything and puts everybody in the fucking poorhouse, and they did it fairly. Too big to fail breaks capitalism. Yeah, no shit on that. Good historical professor boy.
Kristen, your camera is off. I don't know.
I don't understand
that.
that.
Oh
comment.
no.
Good professor, historical boy. That was a Vitakanen comment. I
That
think.
sounds sexy. Feeding
Yeah, my nipples are hard.
feeding yourself is playing God. If you don't do it, you die. That's good, man. We need to see more past then. Let's see. No, you are not paying attention. Boomer. Love my Google phone. Over where I have internet is a human right. Okay, Sarah just talked about that. Who watches the kids when we have to work if homeschool is the way? So that's another really great question. Is, in my opinion, I think that that's a problem, and it's a problem the way society is currently structured. But I also wonder how many people can do their job from home, but they're not because somebody is telling them that that's impossible when it isn't. I think a lot of people in the last 9 months learned that they could have been doing their job at home the entire fucking time and didn't, though I understand that that doesn't go for anybody. If you want my opinion on that, it would be that if tax dollars were better spent, it would be better spent in a way where even somebody would be available to safely watch your children if you need to go to work. I feel like if taxes are not being used to provide everyone with a better life, then we have a fucking problem with taxes. And that has always fucking bothered me. And we talk about that in the show all the time. We talk about how taxes are misused on war and military shit. And then, I got to hear people say, well, you hate the military. No, I don't hate the military. I just think that people make money off of war and off of bad things, and they use your tax dollars to invest in things that are negative and against you, your country, your people, and humanity. And I don't fucking think that they should be doing that.
The people of the military and the war profiteers are two completely different subjects that keep on somehow getting intertwined with each other.
We're number one in the world in defense spending, bro. And we call it defense spending, and we are the aggressors, which is the hysterical aspect of that. Like, it's incredible. I had a conversation this morning with a veteran who had commented in a forum that we were holding, and I asked. So this is something that came, popped in my head like not too long ago, maybe about a week and a half ago. I was kind of curious about the whole thing. Was that, if you recall, during the Obama administration, right, and really between the Reagan administration all the way up to the Obama administration, we had been highly informed on international events, war and shit like that, right? And the public had general knowledge of controversial and not so much controversial international war. In the last 4 years, how many times have you heard anything about what we're doing through our military-industrial complex? Like, I see Mike just popped that up too. Yeah, it's the concept of what we're doing in terms of invasion, where our troops are, everything. Like we don't hear a lot about bombings. We don't hear a lot about the attacks that are going on. We don't hear a lot about where the troops are located, what they're doing. And it's interesting because I brought that up. One, because that's usually something that causes mass hysteria and is covered by a large amount of the media. And it comes under fire. Benghazi was just small herring compared to what most of the stuff is that pops up. And this guy made an incredible point that we have moved beyond the idea of what we do we have been international arms dealers for a very long time as a country, right? That's our purpose, is to be international arms dealers, no matter how we throw it out as a guise. But a majority of our military actions now work in terms of industrial, governmental, military contracting, military contractors. So, we are moving large caches of money and weapons all over the fucking place, and nobody even talks about it because it's off the charts. Governmental contracting doesn't have any kind of ties to what we can report in the news, and those types of things are very kind of worrisome, because as we've talked about in this show and in the past about, you know, a Biden administration going right back to warmongering and all of that stuff. A lot of that shit at this point in time isn't the way that it was under a Reagan administration, a Bush administration, a Clinton administration. You don't have knowledge of it anymore because government contracting is off the books. It's stuff where people that are veterans are making a decent amount of money doing things where the government just kind of leaves you out there to die. And if you died, it never happened, you know, and a lot of those things are crazy. You know, it's crazy that I've noticed in the last 4 years, at least of this presidency and a little bit at the end of the Obama administration, that we don't hear about it as much. And everybody in this chat, for the most part, with the exception of our guests, who I don't know the ages are, we all grew up at a time where that shit was like reported all the time. That's all we ever fucking heard about. Christ, I can remember during the Gulf War, you know, I think there was an update like every fucking 2 days about everything that was going on in the war. And now I don't hear shit. And we're still at war. We're still involved in wars. We're still involved in profiteering. We're still in war, you know, involved in arms sales. And we don't recognize that. We don't get told about it. And it's kind of odd to me that a president who is so patriotic and so nationalistic, we haven't heard anything about drone strikes. We haven't heard anything about invasions. We haven't heard anything about that in a public knowledge sense. It's all been overclouded by tweets and bullshit. And I'm kind of curious as to why and how that's going to affect this presidency coming in. Is it going to paint the picture of a Biden administration who is a little bit more transparent, you know, who doesn't tweet, who's going to go back to the business as usual kind of politics? What are we going to uncover? You know, that's been going on for 4 years that we were kind of in the dark of.
Right.
And a lot of it, I'm kind of curious as to.
Weren't you the one that said that you don't know what the consequences of a presidency is until about 4 years after the president's out of office?
Yeah, what do you mean by that, though?
That you really you don't like. As we're living through the Obama presidency, we didn't see a lot of the shit about what the Obama presidency had done until roughly, you know, 3 or 4 years after he got out of office. Same thing with Clinton. Like, as Clinton was in office, everyone was like, "Woo, he plays saxophone." But but then when he gets out, you're like, oh,
right. You know, like I was explaining to a class the other day how because we were talking about race relations and stuff like that, and I had to explain to them that, you know, like during the Clinton administration, all of this, you know, Clinton was a fucking asshole, and we knew that when Clinton was in office. But, you know, aside from all of that, the shit that he had done with the prison system in America, with 3 strikes you're out and the fucking all that shit, we knew it was problematic towards minority populations and people who were involved in, you know, it went and targeted small time offenses and drug offenses and shit like that, put people behind bars for 10 and 15 fucking years. And when his wife was running on a campaign, he had to go to the NAACP and apologize to black people for basically incarcerating a large majority of black people for no fucking reason whatsoever, you know, based on his predecessors' institutions of, you know, the privatized system of incarceration. The issue that I think is going to happen here, Stones, and yes, I make that comment all the time, is that you really don't know the impact of a president until about 4 to 7 years after their presidency. And, you know, looking back on the Obama administration, we knew, and you know, Rick has expressed this a number of times on this show, that you know, the Obama administration in the second term, I'll give him credit for the first term, but the second term is when all the shit started to come out, the dirty laundry of international conflict, of the issues that were affecting, you know, the international issues that we had, the financial issues that we had, the drone strikes that were happening. All of that shit started to come out in the second term. Right. So you're going to find out a bunch of fucking crazy shit under this. This is my fear also, is that you're going to find out a bunch of crazy shit that went on under the Trump administration that we were not aware of because we were blindsided by Fox and fucking CNN's bullshit arguments about nonsense, that things that took place that we were unknowledgeable about because we were too distracted with bullshit, that during the Biden administration is going to come out, and when Biden goes back to trying to implement things that Obama did, it's going to make Biden look really fucking bad, and it's also going to not be a matter for Trump at all.
Right.
And that's concerning to me.
Yeah.
You know, those were things that were normal reported things. And it goes back to exactly the statement that you made, Stones. Like, there were things about Obama's administration that we didn't realize until he was already in for 8 years. You know, it took us 8 fucking years of Obama to go, well, it was all great, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed black president, fucking changing of the guard, the Democrats took office, and it was like, you know, you made history and all that shit. And he was an articulate man. He can speak really well. He did a lot of great things in the first term to be impactful. And by year 6, I would say year 6, Rick, you agree with me? It'd probably be about 2 years into that second term where it was like, okay.
I think that was the time when I started to see a shift in a lot of people, where people who would be considered progressives maybe started to really see things that they didn't see before. I was paying attention to a lot of different things. Like at the time, RT was doing a lot of reports in the Obama administration that other people weren't doing, and it wasn't conspiracy theories; it was real shit. Like, that's how I learned that, like, under the Obama administration, when they were drone bombing, they were hitting theoretically one terrorist for something like every 124 civilians they killed, and that turned me off from him by his second run. Like, within 4 years, I knew that, and I had voted for him the first time because I believed that he was a progressive. Because in 2008. It was easier to believe that with the media that we had available to us.
Well, in 2008, though, you also voted for a progressive, you know, public organizer out of Chicago.
I thought I did
things. Well, you did. You did. You voted for somebody who, in their small time politics,
right? But that's not what they delivered as a president, correct?
And what I'm saying to you is that, regardless of anything, I think that's what aggravates people who were Bernie supporters, is that man has been saying the same thing for 43 years, the same thing for 43 years. It wasn't new socialism. It wasn't new radical ideology. It was things that he's on record at fucking 30 talking about in politics, saying this needs to change now. And had it fucking changed then, and had he run for presidency when he was in his 50s and not kicking the fucking bucket,
right.
That man would have revolutionized America, but
Everything.
America wasn't ready for it.
The entire culture of how we think.
Isn't ready for it now. You know why it's not ready for it? Because the Democratic Party isn't ready for it.
Correct.
And the Democratic Party wants to be progressive, but just progressive enough to say, look, we got a black and we got a woman.
Right,
and
100%.
That's it.
And that's what bothers me is just like the heart of the beginning of this conversation we had nearly 4 fucking hours ago. It's all about the image of doing the right thing rather than actually doing the right thing. And that's what really fucking bothers me and pisses me off about a lot of people who are into religion just as much as people who are into politics. You know? So I just want to read a couple more comments here. I could have been doing my job from home for the last 11 years, Andrew said. I probably start doing it from home again Monday next week due to COVID-19. I have no doubt. The military-industrial complex is the problem, not the military. 100%, man. And and that goes right back to people who say that they're against war, and then they get accused of hating soldiers. It's just this weird leap of logic that gets promoted just so that more people feel guilty about it, and it's okay to spend money that you don't need to spend on fucking colonialism, which is what it is. The main thing the military should do is disaster response.
Rick,
yes.
Let's be perfectly honest. Do you think anybody in America doesn't support fucking troops that go and risk their lives in the military?
No, I think even some of the most anarchistic motherfuckers I've ever met in my life, some of them would even say, I don't have a problem with the soldier. I have a problem with the structure, and I have a problem, personally I have a problem with soldier abuse. I have a problem with soldiers being used to harvest natural resources and abused to harvest natural resources rather than for the defense that people are led to believe that they're doing.
I'd go so far as to say that most soldiers, most true soldiers, people that signed up for the military, right, that have gone and served, done 2, 3, fucking 4, you know, they've deployed over and over and over again into Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, Palestine, all of those areas. They come back and are 9 times out of 10, in my opinion, based on the ones that I've interacted with, anti-United States government. They are pissed off at what they have gone and done. Many of them signed up for something that they didn't end up doing. They ended up doing something completely opposite that they didn't agree with. And they have been motherfucked by the VA. And it's not because of Republicans or Democrats, because they seem to think that the president, people who support the presidencies of these Democrats and Republicans tend to think that they're going to come in and reinvent the fucking VA. The VA has been fucking these people since Vietnam.
Yes.
They have literally been fucking them over and over and over again.
Yes.
And the reality of America is it doesn't give a fuck. You're just a walking dead body to throw at people.
You're needed when we need you, and when we don't need you anymore, it's all rhetoric.
I compare them to football players, man. When the career's over, they don't give a shit who the fuck you are. You could die of CTE, you could die of a health issue. They don't give a flying fuck about you. You served your purpose in your 20s and 30s, and if you didn't become a general, or you didn't become somebody in a higher rank or a staff sergeant or something else, and you didn't make a whole career out of it, you're fucking useless. And that's it. And that's it. You come back and you die of alcoholism, a drug addiction, or you try to reacclimate yourself to society and you fail horribly. Yeah. And they do nothing to help them. Yeah. They do nothing to fucking help them. And it doesn't matter who the fucking president is. They're not going to change the way the VA does things.
They never do.
They can spend all the money they want on defense spending,
right?
But they will not put it into rehabilitation and bringing people back into society.
America does not care about rehabilitation. It cares about wealth and punishment.
But to think that the American population across the board, right? It's kind of like being, again, full circle. It's kind of like being agnostic or atheistic and not judging other people for believing in a religion. I can support fucking military till I'm blue in the face. It doesn't mean I agree with the American fucking agenda of using the military. You want to manipulate fucking soldiers.
Right.
I understand why people want to be soldiers. I understand whether they want to fight for the country.
Yes.
I understand why they may want to be part of the military as a whole. I understand the benefits of being a soldier. I understand why they can come back and they can get VA rights to go to school and do all of that shit. But the way that the military is used by our government, those soldiers resent whole fucking heartedly.
100%, dude.
Go
ahead.
And like Kristen earlier talked about, why wouldn't you want education to be available to everyone? Well, one reason is the numbers of people in the military will drop significantly.
Yeah.
And that's something that's not even discussed, and probably not discussed for good reason, because they want you to believe that everyone that joins the military because that's what they're there for. I want to be a soldier. That's not true at all. When you have people from the Army going to poach teenagers in their senior class and talk to them about their military options in low-income communities on purpose, and sort of make them understand, like, hey, there's one great clear ticket out of this place, and it's not it's not college, because you're not able to afford that. It's the military. It's a desperate move for a lot of people. It's manipulation to get more soldiers. And with healthier people, with communities that have access to education and health care and clean, good food and things like that, the amount of people enlisting in the military, it's not going to go up. It's going to go down and down and down, especially if you have access to education. Those numbers are going to go down. And it's a manipulation almost from beginning to end. And the idea of this ultimate sacrifice thing is, in my opinion, it's kind of it might be making a hero of the soldier, but it's almost also making a hero out of the system that manipulates people into becoming soldiers. Not all the time. There are people from military families. There are people that truly believe I'm doing this for a good reason, a good cause, for defense, for whatever. There's an enemy, whatever. But that's not the entire population of soldiers. Let's talk about the low income people and the people that say, I'm going to pull my family out of poverty. I'm going to go get a military career because they're offering it to me for nothing. And that's my only ticket out. How many of those people are there? It's not 100. It's thousands.
I would say more than that.
Yeah, that's
Definitely.
really
People in my
sad.
family have done that because that's the only way out. People in my community that I grew up in Brooklyn, a lot of the kids that I went to high school with graduated and went straight to the military because that was the only option available to them to get an education. Yeah, it's fucked. It's totally fucked.
You know what's really sad to me, and I think that this says a lot about our interpretation of the military and the interpretation of our soldiers, and I'll take a break from talking because I feel like I've out-talked myself on the show, but I find that was I kind of find that what is absolutely hysterical and shameful about the way that we treat the military is that, you know what you get from serving our country and doing something really great and something very influential. You could turn the tide of a war. You could be the most influential person in a battle. You could be someone who rescued 40 fucking people during a war. You know what you get? A fucking medal. They give you something to put on your breastplate to fucking say, I did that. And while that's all great and everything like that, you risked your fucking life and you saved a country. And
you deserve a house and a future and medical care and everything you want.
You should be able to fucking retire with no issue at all.
Never have to work again.
You should be able to retire with no problem. These people come back and they're dead in 5 years because they have drug problems, alcohol problems,
PTSD.
shit.
Yep.
We pin a Medal of Honor. Who the fuck cares about
gives a shit?
I
agree 100%.
A Medal of Valor, that kind of shit.
While I think My Pillow guy running around.
Dude, what I think is cool about it is it's cool to rack that shit up, right? And we glorify it, right? I mean, I play Call of Duty and shit like that. I've been a gamer my whole life. I love that shit.
They need to glorify it, but to keep people doing it.
They glorify it like, okay, so you got a fucking trophy for being involved in the military? Give that motherfucker, like Mike just said, give him tax-free life for the rest of his life.
The rest of their life, agreed.
Give that woman, give the woman who's a nurse that saved 25 people's lives over the course of a fucking firefight. Let that woman live with no taxes. Buy her a fucking home.
A house.
Set that
groceries for life.
Those people deserve lifetime health benefits.
Everything.
They deserve free everything. They literally
whoa. Stop talking all this socialist nonsense, Rob Markey.
But listen, that's what I'm talking about, though. Like, for the population that thinks that socialism is so fucking bad, you know what? Maybe you should look at the fucking people that allow you to say shit like that, and those people that go and serve their country and do 6 and 7 fucking tours overseas and hold guns. Not the fucking ass clowns in the Midwest wearing shit camo and fucking, bombarding fucking government buildings. I'm talking about people who really went through boot camp and actually became soldiers and set their lives up for 8 to fucking 12 years to go out and get possibly murdered every fucking day they go outside of that fucking tent. Those people should come home and be really revered by their government. So fuck kneeling, fuck all that shit that people get fucking fired up about. Talk to your government about how they treat the people that have actually done that to keep the government running and the country from actually getting fucking invaded. And those people need to be recognized beyond the ways that we fucking treat them as propped up fucking pedestal people so we can cry and talk about our own self-conscious bullshit. Like, it's so fucking absurd. It's absurd. They have taken military veterans and utilized them as a ploy to get people to be more divided on nothing. It's fucking nothing, because nobody cares about how they're actually fucking treated. And it aggravates the fuck out of me.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, Scott Fastnecht is in the chat. And Scott Fastnecht is he posted this. He wanted me to say it. You know,
I'm
he
pretty
was a
sure
soldier.
I'm pretty sure it's Foshnot. I'm pretty sure it's
That sounds like
Foshnot.
some liberal bullshit. But let's see. He says the VA is a fucking shit show. Man, I'm tired of them. They don't care about me. I'm a number. I joined the military because I was going down a bad path with things. I was out of the job and I hated where I was in life. I joined at 24, but I battled life and the punches it threw at me. I came out and now I feel like I've aged 30 years. And I just wanted to say that because Scott is, when we get back to normal and you guys are all here in the studio, he's one of those people that I want to have here because he has a very, very unique and interesting perspective on a lot of the things that we're talking about. And there's still some comments in the chat that I just want to read through really quick because we've been on for nearly 4 hours, guys. 4 hours. My dad became a pilot because it was a free way to get a college degree. And you know what the terrible part about that is, Andrew, is that I feel like your father should have just been able to get a degree.
Yes.
Right? Never
We've
paid.
all gotten degrees. I feel that. That's my whole family, my entire extended family, my
Yeah,
dad, my
right.
uncles.
Yeah,
whole thing.
Right. You want to be
That's the only
enriched
way.
and have a leg up in life, you have to fight for us first. And that's
Yeah.
really, really just painful.
It is.
Don't they take care of the officers? Like if you're higher up, they give you like retirement packages and stuff
Sure.
like that, and housing and.
Some people. My Uncle Joe.
Yeah, if
who-
you go
who,
into fucking OCS, you gotta go through OCS to fucking get that
Yeah.
shit, dude. And people
Yeah.
look down on fucking officers. More importantly, the people who have a college degree. You know, there's infighting in the military. You know,
Yeah.
there's.
My
That's
Uncle
what's
Joe.
crazy
My Uncle Joe was set up. He just passed away the other day. So, you know, rest in peace to my Uncle
Sorry
Joe.
about that, man. Yeah, no,
But he was in the Marines for over 40 years, and you know, he fought for a long time to be able to be set up in life. But even after he got out of the military, he still had to work. He still had to do things, and considering how much time he put in his life to be a soldier and put himself in that position, I just always thought that it was wrong that he had to do any
All
of
right,
these
I
things.
feel it's appropriate. So I know a guy who got flat feet in the military, and they gave him a disability check, and he has a walking route for the post office. And then I know another guy who lost his eye in Panama, and the military pays for his glasses.
Oh, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Let me. So listen,
Oh my
guys.
God.
Hey, Taylor Allen,
Yes.
are you gonna do a song tonight?
No.
Okay. All right. I figured it's too late.
Can I just address something real quick before we go? Taylor Allen, I love your paintings so much.
Oh, thanks.
They are like, dude, they would make me so goddamn happy.
I love
Every
them
time
too.
you post a new one, like
Thanks,
it just
guys.
brings me so much fucking joy, dude.
Yeah, all right,
In a
so-
real shitty
so-
world, your fruit paintings
Thank
like
you.
are just they're just so goddamn great. Okay,
Thank
I
you
can
very
see
much.
them behind you, like you know.
Shamelessly promoting them.
So I imagine the reason why we're not hearing music is because you've got a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old in the house right now.
100%. Yeah.
Are you willing to show us some of your paintings and talk about them for just a couple of minutes? Because
Oh my God, they're
Taylor
so-
Allen's paintings are amazing.
This is
He's
a,
got they're like some
carrot.
judgmental fruit.
Oh wait,
Wait,
here.
Look at that direction, dude. Their faces are like just.
He needs to talk so people can see him.
He's just an upset carrot, unsure. I don't know.
Dude, I want one of your paintings to hang in our kitchen.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
So
I'll,
bad.
yeah. Let me know, man. Which
I
one? I'll
love
bring it over.
Your work so much.
Can we? What's the other one behind
Let me
you?
just say one more thing. I became friends with Taylor Allen on Instagram, not knowing that he also painted, and it was such a delightful surprise when I started seeing all of these fruit paintings pop up, and know that I know the guy who did that.
Well, thank you very much. That's very nice. This is a bored apple. I don't know.
Very apathetic.
Oh.
I love it.
Nice.
The apathetic apple.
Taylor, how does your wife feel about your obsession with fruits and vegetables
She-
and their emotions?
She's like pretty good about it.
Was that like she's tolerant of my obsession?
She's
with
just like,
fruits and
I don't know if I fully understand this, but I respect it and I support it.
Were those her words? Was that the literal statement that came out of her mouth?
Oh no, we haven't talked in years. No, she does her own art. She's good. She's good, man. She does like some crazy stuff too. And yeah, it's fun, man. We just like paint all the time and listen to kids' music 24 hours a day. And it's a real fucking circus over here.
Have you gotten the kids into art yet or no?
Yeah, totally. They are feel bad when they eat fruit now, which is I think my goal, I guess, of the whole thing. And then they are
you turning them into carnivores one painting at a time?
Yeah. I just want them to strictly eat meat. So
nothing else.
So far, so good.
Just eat the side of a cow every day.
Yeah.
That apple's really upset that you're coming at it.
100%.
Dude, this reminds me of something. For about like 20 years of my life, I have struggled to remember an episode of a show I watched a long time ago, and all I could remember was a woman not being able to eat because she could see vegetables and fruit screaming in pain and begging her not to eat them. And I was riddled with this memory for decades.
What was it?
And about 3 weeks ago, I fucking found it. It's a Tales from the Dark Side episode called Love Hungry. And I highly suggest you look it up on YouTube because those fruit remind me of fruit with their horrified expressions.
It's almost like when that Pizza Hut song haunted me for years, and then I found out one of our own here was in the goddamn commercial.
Can I just tell you something? That's one of the best moments on the show in history. The moment that you realized,
of my life.
The moment that you realized that Pat was in that Pizza Hut commercial, it is one of the most genuine moments of shock and awe I've ever seen on a person's face in my entire fucking life, dude.
I met.
Wait a minute. Can we pause for a second because I have to point this out the way I have done for the last 3 shows. Pat, are you petting a cat right now?
Yes.
Are you?
Thank God.
My God, can you do me a favor? Can you please light a cigarette? And I need you to get some sort of drink, and I need you to just hang the cigarette outside your mouth while you pet the cat ferociously like that, and just stare into because he
ferociously.
For a second there, you got into petting that cat, and I just thought to myself, this guy is Dr. Evil. Like he literally is. You're the guy in fucking Inspector Gadget. You literally are fucking like
Dr. Claw.
You are the Claw, dude. You're the Claw, but you need that. I need a Marlboro. I need a Marlboro hanging out the mouth, and I need you to be sitting there in apathy, just kind of stoic as shit while you pet that cat. You are my fucking hero, dude.
Cat's like,
I'm gonna get a picture of Pat tattooed on my fucking body, dude. I'm literally gonna. Taylor, will you please paint Pat for me to get tattooed on my? We're fucking golden, dude. This is over. I needed to point that out because
he's
this
my
is
hero
now,
too. So I mean, this is gonna work
Pat,
for all of us.
I love that we're doing this remotely because I catch Pat doing shit all the fucking time now. And there was a moment in time where we didn't have Pat on the show, and then he showed back up, and it
was better. It was the way it should be.
It's like
it's
Super
better.
Pat now. This is Super Pat. I fucking love Super Pat. This is Pat on steroids.
Pat is always super.
Same hat.
Wait.
Same hat, same wardrobe, fucking bomb ass.
Hold on.
Stage
So
presence.
Taylor was going to
Stage
tell.
presence is fucking dope, dude.
Taylor was going to talk about his moment where he realized this.
Sorry.
Well, when I realized who Pat was to me in my life.
Yeah.
That commercial, it totally changed my life. I probably watched that commercial like 1,000 times as a kid, and I knew every word to the song. And
We started singing it the second that you knew.
Yeah, I could sing it right now. I'm not going
Me
to
too.
because again, my kids are sleeping. But it's I know it.
You're gonna wait. They're gonna be like, why is Dad waking us up with that song again?
I've met like I was always like a big Conan guy like, growing up, and I met him once, and it was like meeting. You meet like the people that you like look up to growing up, and when I met Pat, it was like bigger. It was a bigger moment for me.
Pat, were you a baseball player in that commercial?
He was a
He
catcher.
played right field. It was important to know how to catch.
Dude, he was the guy. I
He
played
out where the
right
dandelions
field.
grow.
It's important, you know. You got to learn how to catch. You got to learn how to throw. That's why I played right field, way up where the dandelions grow.
Pat, do you ever contemplate murdering Rick?
No.
What's fucked up is there's a Reddit group about that commercial with like 1,000 people in it. And
you know why? Because it was it was at the beginning of the Ninja Turtles VHS.
That's right. Yep.
And that was the movie when we were kids, and it was that we just watched it over.
And here's
over.
a fucked up thing.
Pat, would you allow me to write a biography on you?
Sure.
Could Rick and I work together as the editors of a biography on you as to the expertise of which you have you've
There's a
garnered
lot of
so
mystery to
much
uncover.
life.
There's that clip.
You are, dude. You are like you're a character that just. There's so much behind it, and we need to uncover it. We need to have
Agreed.
a conversation
Agreed.
about this.
Do you think when we all turn like the Skype off and then Pat turns around, what's behind him is just like a set, and then like there's just like a huge
That's all
laboratory
fake.
behind
And
it?
he just catches a baseball.
Oh my god! At the end of every episode, dude, that's fucked up.
It comes
He's
out of
in
the vortex
he's in
behind him.
outfield of
I
Fenway
love that
now,
Pat
and
right now. Pat looks like he just finished having sex right now because of all of the blowing you guys have been doing. That he looks like he's
That's
literally
not
just
true.
like
That's
he's
not
like,
true.
go ahead. He's like,
That's
go ahead. Tell me more about Teenage Mutant Ninja
That's
Turtles.
not true, dude.
I know that.
Dude, Pat's
Did
uncomfortable
you
with
meet?
his fame.
I am
I
very
need to know. I
uncomfortable
need to
right
know.
now.
I need to know whether or not.
Uncomfortable with his fame. He doesn't like
feel
his
like-
celebrity status at all.
I
But
feel like if
look.
Pat started a ChatterBait tomorrow, it would make billions of fucking dollars. If it was just Pat jerking off on ChatterBait, like billions. They'd be like,
Where's
that
With a
guy
baseball
is-
glove on.
just onto a pile of old Ninja Turtle VHS tapes.
Wait, it was a red and black. It was a red and black cap with an M on it, wasn't it? It was a red and black cap with an M. You should wear that. I'm gonna buy
Listen.
that fucking hat, Pat. I'm gonna buy that fucking
The only
hat.
thing I find weird about the whole thing is the fact that it was a Pizza Hut commercial, and then in the movie, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ate nothing but Dominoes.
Yeah.
Makes no fucking sense. So listen, guys, we have been on this show for 4 fucking hours right now.
Right,
So-
and when we finish at 4:45.
Yeah, right. So I want to ask Kristen. First off, Kristen, I want to say thank you so much for being on tonight.
Kristen, it's so
Oh.
goddamn great when Kristen's around. I love when she's around.
Oh, thanks, guys.
She's great on the show every time she's on the show, and we can't see your camera right now, but I do want to ask you, do you have any final words you want to close with this evening?
Final words. Everybody stay safe. Don't go out for Thanksgiving. It's not worth it. Don't be stupid. Wear your mask. And hopefully we don't have another coup. Or hopefully we don't have a coup. Those are my words.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much again for joining us tonight. You are always fantastic when you're on.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Absolutely.
Thanks for letting me be
Oh, yeah.
on.
And
It's
Taylor
always
Allen,
fun.
I believe this is actually the 3rd time that you've been on as well. And
Oh, yeah.
I also think it is always amazing every time you're on the show. And we
Thanks,
love
man.
it when you are on the show.
And I
love to
love
be
it
on the
even
show.
more that also the fruit made an appearance.
Yes.
It made it so much better.
Do you have any final words you would like to close with this evening?
I think the same thing. Don't be an asshole with the mask stuff. Just wear it. Don't just be considerate of other human beings. I guess is like a pretty. I shouldn't have to say it, but I guess I'm gonna. I'll say it. And just don't eat fruit and just eat meat. That's it.
I'm just saying right now, people in the chat are having their mind blown about a whole bunch of shit going on. The commercial, people's
I
minds
know.
are blown. Dude, I'm telling you, I get that you're embarrassed by your fame, but other people love it.
Embrace it, man.
We talked about how much people love nostalgia. You're it, dude.
Dude.
You are the embodiment of nostalgia for an entire group of people.
Dude, you're an American hero.
Not me. I love modern Pat. I love Pat
I
right
love
now.
modern Pat too.
I
You got
want to
better.
pay. Listen, Pat, I want nothing more than to just observe you, like on a daily basis.
Rob, you said
And,
you
like,
wanted to write his autobiography or biography. You should do the story of the injury that happened in between the Pizza Hut commercial to now, to where he had to retire from baseball.
No. What I want to know is what happened when he met Ernie Reyes. Did you get to meet Ernie Reyes Jr., who was the guy who played most of the characters and did most of the fighting in that movie? Did you get to meet any of the Ninja Turtles?
No, definitely not.
See, right there, and then I would have filed a lawsuit against him. Like, you know what? You ruined my childhood because you let me not meet any of these. I didn't get to meet Splinter.
Did you even get to eat
you know
any
what,
real
man?
pizza?
Yeah, listen,
Did they give you
fuck the
pizza
Ninja
for a
Turtles. Fuck the Ninja Turtles for a minute. Pat was bigger than a Ninja Turtles. They
That's
had
right.
cardboard cutouts of Pat all over the fucking country in
To
Pizza
me,
Huts.
I was Pat for Halloween in 1990.
Please, for the fucking love of God, tell me you have pictures of that
No.
Halloween.
No.
I'm gonna be Pat for Halloween in 2021. But I'm gonna be Pat. I'm gonna be Pat now. I want to be now Pat in 2021 and be.
Quietly
It's good.
judging us.
It's gonna be half a Yankee hat and half an M hat, and I'm gonna be half little Pat and half old Pat.
Little Pat.
Oh my god.
That's when people are like, "What are you supposed to be?" I'm like, "I'm little Pat."
And Big Pat.
Let me give you context about this. So there was a movie back when there was recordable VHS recording, and when you went and rented it from Blockbuster, you got introduced to our close friend Pat. That's who I am on this Halloween day.
That's who I am.
And I want you to know he was
I
life
love
fucking
that
altering.
you said that Pat needs a smoking jacket.
I want to play Pat when he was a kid, but also smoking a Marlboro.
With a baseball glove in the other hand.
I
just-
might have just made myself piss myself thinking about that.
Listen, everybody. Like I said,
Can I
Yeah.
say something before we end the show? I just want to say, my sister was on the show talking about her experience with having COVID and the aftermath and everything. Well, anyway, today's my sister's birthday. I just want to say happy birthday to her and my two twin nephews' birthdays. Within the same time period.
Happy
And I just
birthday.
Happy
say
birthday.
happy birthday to all of them. I'm happy that she managed to make it past the fucking awful COVID scare that she dealt with, the nightmare that she dealt with, and I'm lucky that my sister was not one of the ones who didn't make it.
so listen, everybody. I want to say thank you to our guests tonight. Again.
Amen.
You guys were amazing this evening, as I already fucking knew that you would be. I want to say thank you to everybody who watched and commented and shared and participated in the show tonight. We will be back here in 2 weeks, and I love all of you, and I miss seeing all of you in person, and I sincerely can't wait for the day that we can all join forces again, like a living, breathing Voltron of awesomeness. So.
Or like a human centipede.
Sweet.
It's another thing that
Christ, this just
connects.
took a whole Jesus Christ.
It
Oh
does
my-
connect. It does connect. You never go ass to mouth.
You always go ass.
All right, we're closing it down. You guys have a great night. I love you all.
Likewise.
And thank you to our guests. Thank you again, everybody who watched. Have a good night,
Happy,
everybody.
happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Yes.
Happy
Have a,
Thanksgiving.
have a good and safe holiday, you guys.
You too.
Thank
Peace
you,
out.
you too. Bye.
Later.
Awesome.